Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Said, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me some more. I could dance with you beneath the stars, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that. And I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. It's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot, turning it on and off, we've been sliding, riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're and maybe we're invisible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire.
Do what it takes to make you believe. With my heart and hyperdrive, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto. It's Tuesday. Coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, we have the 2 remaining games of our Champions League phase. Can we make the next round, or will we end going down in flames? In other news, other Hungarian sides will of course still be in action, as Ferencváros have qualified for the knockouts of the Conference League. A player of ours has had his release clause triggered. Find out about that in a second. All that more coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, and we're dancing. I haven't had any coffee yet. I had a coffee on Sunday. No, Sunday night. Pog and I went to McDonald's. I got I ended up with 2 Coke Zeros that have both had caffeine in. I was shitting not. I was sat there at 11 o'clock at night like this. It was bad. I had to eat like half a pack of Maryland cookies. Had to just to calm myself down a little bit. How's it going, friends? Let me just turn that down a little bit. Yeah, it's beautiful. I can summon that kind of energy. It's fine. It's perfect, if anything. Mikey, thank you for the 32 months. Holy shit, we're nearly at 3 years. That's mad.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
I do. The
A
cheeky.
full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
Well, no, they'd probably be a lot better at it, if I'm honest. You're not wrong, just not in a flattering way, I suppose, you know? I think it's like a dropule of drink. It's the problem when you've got this little catfish thing now. It just dips into everything you drip on. Wusu number 4. Well, there you go. See, Zealand and I agree. It's just that he obviously got a better one when he tested it. I'm still standing by that he's a good signing for you. Just don't guarantee that it's going to be a good signing for you, I suppose. You know? I mean, it could become... God damn it, Rob. There was I thinking you were looking out for me. I had to eat... It's so rough when that happens. So rough. But I need something with sugar in. Because usually when I drink caffeine really late like that, I don't get the come down because I'm already asleep. But I don't drink caffeine very late very often either. I have 100... Well, this is the thing. I don't drink caffeine, you know? So it's... Maybe I should start. Who knows? Maybe I should get back on it again. That's an idea. Mansa,
Still
thank you very
holding
much.
my gun after 17 months. Wait, that's not a gun.
When it's 18 months, you can use that to make a Twitch baby. Thank you for the 17 months, Samantha. Oh, dear. He's a good signing, but he is a dice roll. The fact is, because he's so cheap, i.e. free, and usually doesn't want obscene wages, for the most part, obviously with us he was quite high, I feel like he's worth the risk, because worst case scenario, you just ship him back like we did, and you've basically lost very little other than a lot of your time and patience. Whereas he could turn out to be an absolute gem, and you could have the next Real Virginia on your hands. Luckily, we don't need him because we've got Real Virginia, who's absolutely ball. He's just such a good player. But Netta, thank you for the 9 months. Speaking of 9 months, a Twitch babby. You'll have to see it. Thank you. I was expecting the TTS to take over. I always leave a pause now. I'm just programmed to do so. Yeah, it does make it more dynamic, honestly. I think there should be more of that. But I guess with the older players, it's more difficult. As would you bloody believe it? Would you bastard believe it? It's a pog. I thought you were supposed to be at work. Just didn't feel like it then. Yeah, felt. Yeah. I know. Look at this. A pog on a stream. It's a rarity these days because Pog almost always works on stream days now. But she's here today because... Why are you here today?
Because I swapped my days off.
They swapped her days off. Wow, that is extremely sweet. Delicious. I think there's more caramel than coffee. I'm alright with that.
I've got some faith.
Yeah, she got steamed up glasses. What can I say? I have that effect on women. I'm like the car in Titanic. People shag on me.
This is why I should go to work.
I guess so.
I might just go in, but
Matt is actually short for mattress. Sorry. What?
Yeah.
MTK sex pest.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Pog.
I'm gonna eat my bacon savoury.
Oh, you got bacon savoury. Nice. Oh, paint me like one of your Hungarian ducks. Oh, you be careful with those Hungarian ducks. Dugs? It's right, this is caffeine free. This is decaf. Because I'm big and bumpy. Damn right. But less big and less bumpy than I was a month ago. So I'll take it. I've gone from 15 tog. They don't measure mattresses in togs, do they? Damn, that's really good. That is really nice coffee. Oh, dear. So how's everyone on this fine Tuesday? So obviously I did a little bit off stream just to get to... Because otherwise we had like the whole of the December bit where there's no games. So we had like a cup match and I think one league game. I made a slight tweak to the tactic and it worked quite well. In that we won our next game 15-0. Just gonna let that simmer for a second. It was a cup match, but we've never won cup matches by those types of scorelines before. That's the sort of those are the kind of scorelines we would get with Treaty United in like season 25 when our entire team was like world-class players and we did it to a cup. And the thing is, the change I made, we scored like 10 of the 15 goals were almost identical because I feel like because of the change I made. I'll explain that a little bit more once we get into things, as well as telling you about who got his release calls triggered. Technically, the transfer hasn't gone through yet because I stopped playing the moment it was triggered and went, right, that's something for tomorrow. I can't really be going past that one. My Fitness Pal, it's called a Lose It. It's got like a yellow, like an orange scale icon on the App Store. Basically. I think it's on Android. And it's on Android, definitely, because I have it. And it's definitely on iOS as well, I believe. Alice! You'll love to see it. How's it going, friendo? Let me grab you a shoot-oot. See, it's really easy to shout at Alice, because she's only got 7 letters in her name. It's perfect. Stinger comes along with his underscores and his... Oh, it's a challenge every time. I love it. How do you want to lose it? Is that... Can you add friends on there? I'll have to have a look at that. I didn't know you could do that even. Why would you need friends on... I guess every app has like a social function to it, doesn't it? Keep things simple. I rate that a lot. Eat this much for dietary stuff. To be fair, I'm doing fine. Like, I've lost £9 so far this year just using losing. Just counting calories, if nothing else. Morning, Socrates. Did I just call you Socrates when it's clearly... I'm so sorry. What am I doing? That's such a weird way of saying that name. Oh, that's good. £500 car repairs. In it, bruv. In it. I've got my MOT coming up soon and I am, well, you know, expecting bad things. Let's be honest. I've only just had to have a new clutch put in and that costs like 700 quid. Which is just wonderful. Although the car does feel really strange now because the biting point is in a weird spot where I'm not used to it being. No, it's not Socrates. I get it. It's, I think, hopefully. Get my Greek philosophers or people that speak a lot and were Greek, which is usually... I feel like everyone in ancient Greece was a philosopher. Oh, Boyd. You'll find someone... I was going to say smaller, but I meant better. Better. Just drive without a clutch. Oh, God, can you imagine the grinding? The grinding. Bloody hell. Bloody cars, eh? Brazilian midfield maestro. True. It's weird that I went to that instead of the footballer. I went to the philosopher and not the footballer. I'm excellent, friends, genuinely. I made a video yesterday. Look at me go. Look at me getting through my lack of... Not motivation, that's not the word. I'm always motivated. I just struggle to focus. Got through an entire video yesterday as well. That's coming out tonight. Might need your help, genuinely, brainstorming a title for it. That isn't a joke. I've got nothing at the moment. Casper, thank you very much for the 12 months. That's very kind of you. I know. Hey, sometimes, Rob, that's a surprise, right? I'm still bricking it about that doctor's appointment on Friday, though, to be honest with you. Which is probably not helping me. Oh, all the focus was used up. I don't know. I think I kept it pretty much on... What is the vid? It's basically about the Brazilian scouting method we've been using. Let's get off of this. Let's get you... So I can show you what's actually happened. I'll put that on the screen for a minute while I talk about this. Yeah, I decided that I needed to make a video about it just because...
You came in summer.
I feel like a lot of times I'll go, oh, that'll make a good video, and then just don't do it. And I was like, no, you're going to do it. This is still sample. To be fair, Rob, depends, right? Because bricking it, I feel like that has two definitions. It both, to me, it means shitting yourself, but also somewhat, it has a an air of constipation at the same time. Jarju leaving. Not if I can help it, but I don't think we have much choice. Keith Beak, thank you very much for the follow. So, yeah. Jarju Beaks. Oh, hell yeah, that's awesome, kids. Yeah, a lot of people have sent me players they found doing it. A couple of people sent me some stuff to say that it didn't work for them. One person got really angry because they said it didn't work at all, but it is what it is. Like, it clearly does, but it is what it is, right? You can't please all the people. Yeah, so Jarju has... Basically, I forgot that Jarju had a release clause, mainly because no one has even put a bid in on him at any point during this save, as far as I can remember. And then Ferenc Varosh, of all people, triggered his release clause. So I don't know what's about to happen here. It would be hilarious, though, if he just turned the ultimate heel and joined our biggest rivals. He's our club captain, for fuck's sake. And I can't even talk to him. The only thing I can do is discuss making a quicker decision. So Pereira is showing pleasing progress, and you'll also notice something about Enrique Pereira. If you look at his contract and his wage, I extended Enrique Pereira's contract because we got to January, which is where we are now. I'll catch you up in a minute. We've only played like 2 games, but it's just a lot of no matches. And I went, right, we kind of had to do something about this. So basically, Brahim Diaz is still here. So by that definition, he is now also on 8.25k a week. But it's still cheaper than giving Diaz a new contract after we saw what he wanted. And given we've now got shitloads of money in our wage bill, it's not quite as bad, I didn't feel like. Plus, I kind of feel like Brahim Diaz is still probably the best player at the club, so he probably is value for that anyway. So him, Pereira, obviously, as well as Ndai, have got new contracts as well. Ndai's on like 6k. But yeah, so I figured it was kind of the best situation for us now. But it's so Jarju, isn't it? I don't even know what to do about it. Like, there's nothing we can do, really, is there? Other than hope that he turns them down. It'd be hilarious if our club captain left to join the club that had finished behind us in the league 2 years in a row. How bad should I batter them? Extremely bad. Just give them a taste of their own medicine. Although they did kind of... But imagine Jarju joins Ferenc Varosh and then leads them to glory. It would be very, very, very Jarju. Yeah. But can't offer a new contract. I could try. It's the one thing I haven't... Literally, I have not... The moment I saw this, I saved it, put a screenshot in Discord, and then just logged off. Bottom left of the screen. That is the bookmarks screen, which is bloody awesome. Bengal Costa, thank you very much for the 19 months. Hope you're well.
I am a fan of this stream. I'm glad I've stuck around for 18 months.
I'll take that. It's just getting good. Pixel Pinner with a 29 months. Good lord. Ooh.
6 donks.
Oh, sorry. I was expecting more than that. Thank you very much, Pixel Pinner, for the 29 months. So, the new... Well, I've made a slight tactical tweak. It's literally just like instructions. The actual tactic itself is the same. But it did work. I'll show you how. So, basically, I played 2 games off stream. First one I played was actually us losing to Uipest. Bit annoying. It is what it is. But then, I noticed some stuff in that game because I was playing it on extended highlights, which I rarely ever do in this save, but I had a bit of time. I was like, fuck it, let's just actually watch this team. And so, I then made a tweak to the tactical style going into our cup match against Dunaharasti. We won 15-0. 15-0. We were, oh god, I think we were like 7 or 8-0 up inside 20 minutes. Ehring scored 2 hat-tricks in 25 minutes at the start of this game. I'll show you the actual stats for it. Now, obviously, they're a lower league side, but we've played lower league sides in cups before and never had anything like this happen. Look at their entire team is red except for the goalkeeper. They are 3rd or 4th tier, but we've met those sort of sides before. Yeah, Ehring got 7, but he also got the first 6 in the first 25 minutes. He had a hat-trick after 9 minutes in this game. Like, unfortunately, the XG match story is broken because obviously it's a new day, but you can see just how many goals we scored so early in this match. By 18 minutes, we'd already got, what's that, 5, 6, 7... We were 8-0 up after 18 minutes in this game. Now, to be fair to the goalkeeper, he did still make 13 saves. Now, the one change I made, basically, is... I noticed that, you know how we were getting annoyed by players doing side netting shots and all this sort of shit? So I decided, literally, just to bite the bullet and go for every single player other than Ehring and put them on shoot less often. And I shit you not, the own goal that they scored on our behalf here, the Schwab own goal, that was as a result of, I believe it was Novak, going clean through on goal, but slightly to the right where they would normally shoot from a silly angle. And he still tried to square it. It deflects off the defender and goes into the net. They're even trying to square it from really good goal scoring positions because they know that their other player is in a better position than them. And Ehring, I believe, I would say that 6 of his 7 goals were tap-ins because he was just put on a plate for him. He is absolutely dreamland for him. Now, how well that's going to work against better sides, I don't know, but I think it is going to make us way more clinical when we get up. We'll create better quality chances. So, to be fair, Keeper made 13 saves. Can hardly blame him. He kept them in... This could have been... Yeah. Clickbait title about? Oh, you mean it's not clickbait? There's nothing to clickbait about it. It's a thing that's happened. We'll have to wait and see how it goes with that. The first thing we were going to do actually was give him a new contract, weren't we? Try to at least. It'd be weird if he didn't, wouldn't it? He's currently unhappy at the club because he wants to move to a club that's worse than us.
Been in the Discord for ages, but this is only my second 6 stream. Love
Welcome,
this
friend.
community so much. Thank
That's
you, Matt.
awesome. Welcome in. Wow. That's genuinely awesome. Thank you, friend. And Crispo with the 17 months as well. Thank you, friend. I appreciate it. That was such a large coffee, man. I keep thinking it's like empty, and it's not. It's like half of it left. It's great. So we can't extend his contract. Basically, we have to wait for him to rather reject them. The worst thing about it as well is his release clause expires in 3 weeks. But this is the most Moses Jarju thing to ever Moses Jarju, and that's saying something considering I thought he'd already hit every single box on the way down, but no, apparently there's more. We can't stall it. There's nothing you can do. It's a release clause. So but if he does go, we are going to have to look for another centre back. Yeah, exactly, Anna. I've got it already set up so that we can go look for centre backs like properly after, because it's just like I even tried to loan Levi Colwill from Chelsea, but they wanted like a lot of money for that to happen. Who's the new captain? Well, I guess the current vice captain at the moment is Pereira, so he'd move up to captain, I would guess. Can he boat clause it? No, he doesn't have a boat clause. Sadly, because he's got it was basically because he's a Gambian international, much harder to get a boat clause in, because usually we use the wage rise clause in order to make that happen. So yeah, I love he's now down to a regular starter. That's not going to help, is it? Right, we'll just have to see what happens, I suppose. By the way, we've got Inter in like 2 days. Oh, also, as now that the window's open again. Oh, I'll show you the new guys. My apologies, I forgot to show you the new guys that came in. Diaz's loan, we don't think it includes loans, but it has already been triggered by some of the new contracts as well. So, yeah, so the new guys that came in, there's Ari, the 105k guy from Brazil. He will give us more cover in the anchorman role, basically. 16 marking, 17 tackling, good positioning. Not the paciest, but he doesn't have to be overly mobile in that particular spot. Great determination, solid mentals. He's a limited player, but he'll do the job for us, and that's kind of what we want out of an anchor. Good on both feet too, which I'm really happy with. Hello, thank you very much for the follow. So I think was well worth the 105k, honestly. I like him a lot. Worst case centre back cover. He's 6'12" jumping reach. He could do a job, but I would rather he didn't have to, honestly. I'd honestly rather play Larkin there. So we also had John Diaz, the free guy, who is really good physically, really good mentally. Technically, he's okay, but he's only 19. He's just, I'm training him already to play left back, right back as well. So a bit of that. And consistency is a con. Well, yeah, but then everyone says that, and then it doesn't really matter that much, does it, most of the time? And then also we've got Pereira, of course, the guy we signed from Bolivia, who I think is a really solid option at left wing back. Great tackling, great crossing, solid dribbling as well. He's not the slowest either. Positioning is solid, strong left foot. I actually like Pereira. I think he gives us more options between just Larkeshan and Dai, and also with Dala as well. The era we've really struggled to find good quality young players so far is centre-back, which is weird, because usually it's absolutely, and 19 aggression as well. Right, before I do anything else, I do want to do those lookups, so I do apologise for not getting to that. It's difficult when we're actually in the intro bit itself. Kirkesh. I remember him. He was at Red Bull. No, he wasn't. What we're talking about? Oh, that's a different guy. He's only just joined Bordeaux. 16k a week. We're good, Jacozzi, but we might well be losing quite an important player. In fact, also, that's amazing. It's like leaning in. Like, yeah, you see me here. Setup. What are you looking for specifically, CD? So he's only just moved to Bordeaux from RZ after moving there from Milan for £1.7 million. Like, he clearly just kind of mostly was playing in young RZ as well. Like, wasn't even getting a huge amount of game time. Actually, that's a fucking lie. What on earth? That's a complete lie. Man is like, he got 58 appearances that season. He was playing in both the top flight and the second tier. He basically played full seasons in both the top and second flight of the Netherlands. Hey, he's a hard worker. We'll take that. Skin colours. Yep, one sec. Sorry, my bad. I was just trying to get through that. Maybe I should have a command for that just shows like a Gyatso that I could take of this. But that is the current setup. That's what Jarju wanted. Good point. Does he do any regens coming through? Interesting. Are you using the same database setup as I am, or are you using a more default one? Yeah, a little bit of a time jump, because there was no more European stuff, and we only had like a cup game in between, and there's obviously that bit, it was a hard workout. To be fair, they're not wrong. They are not wrong. Oh, and it's probably, Jarju. Chikosi. Boyd! EXE. Thank you very much for the 11 months.
Just got a 4/5 Thai youth player in the Welsh League. Humongous dub.
That's amazing. When I was doing my tests for doing some recruitment stuff, I found a really, really, really good Thai guy as well. He was like proper 5-star potential at FC Copenhagen, which for me is like ridiculously good. Player stats with your scouting filters for Wonder Kids. You can see how they play in the match engine without having to scout them. Potentially, yeah. I think that's not a bad idea. As like when we're actually looking at players we don't know as much about, just looking at some of the stats. But I'm still a little bit iffy on FM's ability to track stats correctly, as we've already seen. I feel like that's where they're heading towards, but I am worried that it is very inconsistent, potentially. I set the wingers to shoot less. No, I set everybody to shoot less often, except for the striker. Oh, he's at Tromsø. Big fan of that. Everybody is on shoot less often, except for airing, literally. Oh, you'll love this, dressage guy. James, you're still here, right? In James's save, with the MTK save, using the exact same save file, Nemeth retired and is a really good coach. This is Elias Orflot. What a great surname, by the way. He's really good. And he plays for Tromsø. It's impossible not to like him at that point. Reducing the size of your database. The only way to do that really is reduce playable leagues. Using the same database. 108k. That's really odd. Okay, hopefully that's not an issue we'll run into. I like the challenge of RNMF too. We're going to follow him until he eventually just retires, right? Oh, yeah, it's a Discord. Like, yeah, they might not be able to see that if they're not in the Discord. Maybe. I don't know. Discord's weird about stuff like that. Right. So, yeah, with all the new guys joining us as well, I noticed that loads of teams wanted our players on loan. You'll notice here. So, what we got. Okay, weirdly, they were interested in him, but now they're not. And the same here and the same there.
Hey,
so
glad we back.
Hey, Dachi! Thank you very much for the 2 months. So, Jacob Larkin. It's going to go to Mezhkovest. Lovely. Ayensa will probably turn down the loan to Spartacus because he's a bit of a dick. And look at this. Honvid, Uipest, and Pushkas all want Papa Fey. That striker that has no pace, but he's outrageous in every other aspect of his game. And I feel like the type of players in the match engine that they might not work well for you, but for other teams, I actually reckon he could absolutely rip teams apart potentially with that pure quality he's got. He's a perfect loan farm type of player. And if he goes to any of those sides, I'll be super happy. Yes, Ferentz's league state is done. I didn't realise this until I was about to save it. And I went, oh, hang on. Shouldn't they have played the last game? Well, they did. And I'll tell you what happened there. They beat the bloody Lilies. I'll show you. And look. They beat Herenveen. There it is. Away from home in the Netherlands to leapfrog above them and go 8th and qualify for the next round in the top 8. On goal. Well, actually, was it on head-to-head, presumably, against Rangers, right? So their head-to-head, presumably it went down to goal difference. Their hearts. Sorry, you're right. Their hearts. Yes, my apologies. Big EU nations. Okay, interesting. Okay, well, we'll have to keep an eye on that later in the save. Anyone who's doing the same save and is a bit further in, have you experienced similar stuff there as well? Yeah, Luzerne being 3rd as well. So the usual suspects are where we'd expect them to be. So Leicester, Fiorentina, Villarreal are up here as well. But the fact that Ferencváros got top 8, got their 3rd win. They only lost 1 game, which was to Luzerne, who actually were really good. So fair play. So they're going to go through. They haven't got a draw yet, I don't think, because that draw hasn't even been done yet either. So as for us, well, we're obviously struggling down here. We're struggling to stay in the top. I mean, we're doing surprisingly well for points, but it's just a bit of a compressed season. And the issue is our final 2 games are Inter and Benfica, and they're only a week apart as well. So, haven't noticed it. Okay, weird. Maybe it's just like a random, not glitch, but I guess quirk of that save. An unfortunate quirk, sadly. Swiss sides are becoming really good. We noticed that in this save, because St. Gallen knocked out Ferencváros from the Europa League, didn't they? Weird. So let's check out your boy Nemeth. And let's get cracking and see what happens with, wait. Yeah, that is him, isn't it? Nope, that's not him. God damn it, Matt. You always do this. Every single time. Benfica are struggling, but the problem, Rob, is that they're also Benfica, and you know how that can be. Like, you'll come up against a team like that. That being said, now that I've said that, we'll now just hammer them, right? We got to register anyone else. That's another problem, yeah. Because I still think the registration thing working like that is really dumb. To me, if you're going to have the group stage extend to after Christmas and the transfer window, they should have a second window at that point. Because it seems weird that you could lose players, but you wouldn't be able to register any new ones. Odd. Kind of like the Scots, but just for no reason, oddly. Just, like, there's no reason why Switzerland has suddenly got good in this save, but there you go. Oh, as for coefficients, we're now on to 7. 7.25, which is actually surprisingly good considering it's just us and Ferencváros, and we're in the Champions League this year. So that would still, at the moment, send us 13th, I believe. We're chasing down Denmark and Ukraine, but we're bloody close to both of them. So if Denmark and Ukraine fuck this up, there is a chance for 11th, maybe. Hey, well done. It's going goodish in that we might lose our club captain. And we'd be glad of the money, but now not so much. Happen before Christmas, like how it works. That would make sense. I feel like with the ones where there's 8 fixtures, that's going to be tough. But for like 1.4 million Wild Hunt, which is why I'm really not. No, I couldn't sell Brahim Diaz, so we just had to accept that he's going to get a wage ride clause. So he's got a wage rise now because I had to give a new contract to Enrique Pereira and Ndai, otherwise we were going to lose him on a free. Atalanta were already starting to circle on Pereira, so I had to give him a new contract, which means that Brahim Diaz is now on $8,000 a week, but that's still 3 times less than what he wanted in a contract extension. So Diaz might well go in the summer, or he might just leave on a free eventually at the end of his contract, which is, you know what, I think he's done so well for us that I couldn't even begrudge him that if he was going to do it, or we could do really well in the meantime and try to get enough money together to maybe try and extend it. Oh my god. Molfehavar have made an approach for Joel Matip. I love this save. I absolutely love this save to death. This is the kind of shit I've always wanted on a Building a Nation save. Except I was expecting this kind of shit, you know, season 15 of the Building a Nation save, when we're like a top 8 nation, not when we're doing it now. So he was released by Liverpool. Who else is he wanted by? Oh, please join Mole. Don't go to Australia. Stay in Europe. Yeah, he's barely played for Liverpool in 4 years, so this is going to be an interesting one. Anonymous with the gifted sub to Inferno. You'll bloody love to see it. Also, how's it going, Inferno? How's the day treating you, friend? Assault University computer rooms from... yeah. I remember the ideas of computer. Hey, Millie! We're excellent, and so are you. And I mean that literally, because Jordan Millward, the player, is ridiculous. Yeah, because I want him to stay in Europe. I want him to play in Hungary, damn it. Right. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens with,
Here's a fun fact.
with Georgie, really.
Contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Because, yeah. Interesting managers. Oh, speaking of interesting managers, Pushkas sacked Di Michaelis. Deceased one. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. So, obviously, Shevchenko is still at, our Champions League fixtures are Inter and Benfica. Inter away, Benfica at home. What's going on with Georgie? Well, Ferencváros have triggered his release clause. So yeah, Shevchenko's at Ferencváros. I don't believe a lot of these are particularly surprising so far, as in they're all Hungarian chaps. For the most part. Tamás Nagy, Rudolf Horvath, Joan Carrillo, but he's been there a while now. Gabor Sekele. Yeah. Banye's at Budapest. He's done really, really well. So yeah, you'll notice that Pushkas, of course, currently... have they got a new manager, or are they just without manager at the moment? I think he might be a caretaker. Oh, no. No, wait, he's just their permanent manager, Tamás Nagy. Oh, no, I think he's still the caretaker. I don't know. It says caretaker manager. I'm not sure what's going on with them. Because when I hide caretakers, he doesn't disappear. Oh, no, it says caretaker manager up there. So, yeah, he is the caretaker. So why doesn't he get hidden when I hide caretakers? Odd. I guess it's because he's the incumbent, maybe. Diaz, Ziyech. It depends on what you call big. Adam Armstrong's playing in the league. Ramiro Funes Mori, people like that. Help with Building a Nation, I guess, but he's also our club captain. So it's, to me, it just feels kind of odd that the team that have won the title 2 years in a row, their club captain would go to a team who are lower down the league than them. Just seems odd to me. But hey, you never know. It hasn't happened yet. So he might actually make the right decision and say, you know what, why would I want to leave to go to Ferencváros when I could stay here? I thought that was the Felipe Anderson. Second, but money. I'm very curious to see what he's going to be on. Remember, he's on like $4,000 a week here. I think. He's on $4 a week here. He wants to play in them Conference League knockouts. This is also a factor, presumably, yes. Wait, Massimo Otto, was he really? Pushkas have gone through quite a few managers so far. The reason he's unhappy, though, is because of the transfer bid. Like, as in, you know, like when you get a bid for a player and then they were happy before the transfer bid, but then you try to offer them the new contract and it says they're unhappy because the bid elsewhere. That's why he's unhappy. That's fine. Doyle? Oh, I also took a load of guys on trial for the inevitable to let the other guys hopefully take some players. I don't know who we've actually got in the end. Let me have a look. There wasn't that many like amazing names knocking about, sadly. Where are they? Where the hell are they? Oh, here they are. So you've got like Callum Doyle, who actually looks really good, over to anyone else in there. That's Louis Barry, Dennis Suarez, Tyler Morton, Boga, Grunbeck, who looks quite solid, Kunta Manushkov, Dario Sarmiento, those types of players. Saying he wasn't happy because of his playing time. That was before, but then he was getting the playing time, so he wasn't unhappy at that point. That was prior. How big is our team now? When you say big, do you mean like yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by big specifically. And another win. That's our 7th win. We've won 7 out of 7 in the Youth League. Plus 27 goal difference. Aurelian Marty is an absolute filth monster. Just a 4-0 victory in Milan. Good lord, our youth team is good. We're going to win the Youth League. How many players? Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure how you can... Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can, because it's on Dynamics, isn't it? 106... How are we already at 106 players? That might include the trialies, though, in fairness. I don't know if it does, though. Was that the Konami Youth Development Center? I sure hope so. Where am I looking? Yes. Yes, it is. That's apparently the name of Inter Stadium. We've got like one of those... We've got a Team Bendy bus to fit everyone in. Factory loans out. True, but... We only have like 30 guys out on loan, I think. Or has it gone up? 27. It's going to go up in a minute, though, because we've got like 5 loan bids on the table as we speak. How's Mike doing too? He's not genned yet. But we'll have a look. That's Michelle. Why can't I spell, chat? Help. Oh. No. Has anyone actually seen Mike in their save yet? And is he Mike Holford or Michael? Whereas Millie himself... I'll show Millie as well while we're here. Yeah. He's capped at England under 18 level. He's a little bit special. He is injured at the moment, sadly. I did actually try to loan him at one point, but Liverpool wouldn't let me have him because he's like actually quite good. It's annoying though because he's... Oh god, I do want to keep an eye on Millie. Just... It's weird how they actually... Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Not willing to... Yeah, sorry, they won't let us have him because Liverpool don't like us, basically. Hey, Harv! Had my first board selling a player for shit money above my head. Endrick to Chelsea for 23 million. Oh, God. They agreed to it again. Went to use original contract extension. Had no option to do so despite it being in the contract. Why? Oh, that sounds like a glitch. Ah, sorry, yes. Was he in the first year of the contract extension? Or the basically, as far as I remember, you can't use the trigger extension in, like, the first year or... I don't think it's actually about the number of... It's about the number of years left rather than what year of the contract you're in. But you can't trigger it straight away, I've noticed. So I think it's... Yeah, I think you can't do it first year. Because we had that issue before. Not bigger than bigger. It really is, isn't it? Luckily, we've got bloody Inter tonight. And we've still got Moses Jarju. He's still here. Right. Changes will be made, of course. Except, is Jarju suspended? Wait. He is, isn't he? Oh, look at the bench! Hang on. Look at the goddamn bench. We've only got 5 players on the bench. I'm obviously going to add the others using this, but I guess he must be suspended. That's irritating. Just what we needed. So who's actually going to play this game? Not Herriman's through the middle, surely. Airing will play through the middle. Airings? Where is he? There he is. Airing's there. Novak Pereira, Effie Diaz, Lokesh, Sakara, Moores. Like, it's actually a very strong side. But, yeah. Can't be triggered in the last year of a 2. Really? Oh, in that case, then that does sound like a glitch. Yeah. That's not how that should work at all. Jesus Christ. I'm very much looking forward to next year. Where's Bobby? He's not in the squad. We didn't have enough room for him in the team. Next year and the year after that, it's going to be fine because we'll have loads of homegrown trained at club players. Because next year, both Novak and... Although if Jarju leaves, that would be bad. Because remember, Jarju is homegrown trained at club. So this is an issue for us. We basically went a bit too ham too quickly with signing players originally. And it's taken us a little while to catch up with all the under-18 guys that are soon going to become Hungarian or like homegrown trained at club. Next year we get 2 or 3, and I think the year after that there's like 6 new guys that are going to be all homegrown, like Heremans and people like that. I'm obviously not going to do any like hard pressing here because this is going to be an absolute net. So yeah, the change I made tactically, every player other than the striker now has shoot less often on them, including players that I didn't think shot very often anyway, but I just wanted to make sure of it. And we scored 10 goals in that game, I think it was, just with players in wide areas squaring the ball to airing. It's gone down in the pecking order. Yeah, the reason Bobby's gone down in the pecking order is because I felt like I wanted to slowly start phasing him out, and we couldn't find a buyer for him, and so he sort of... The plan was that he wouldn't be here at all. Are they playing SMS up front? No, they've got Cunha and Rafa up front. In fact, SMS doesn't appear to be here at all. Wait, doesn't SMS play for Lazio? Maybe not in this state, to be fair. Okay. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're right. We'll get a load of guys that will be in the under-21 because it's only 2 years, isn't it? It's 2 years and under-21. So actually, you're right. Next year will probably be a lot easier. This is going to be the toughest year as far as registration goes. Basically, yeah, Rob, we're going to be tapping merchants, which honestly was what we were trying to do in the first place. It's just that I hadn't considered that by not telling them that specific thing, they were going to keep shooting anyway. Yes, this is an surprisingly like defensive system, I would say, for Simone Inzaghi's side. We're refereed by unknown, but surely that's because we're in Italy and it couldn't give them an Italian ref like it does for every other game. Okay, let's have this. I'm not expecting much from this game. Like, I think our best bet is to hope that other results go our way and then pull off a miracle against Benfica on the final day to actually try and get top 24. It would suck if we didn't get any football properly after Christmas, if you like. But for our first season in the Champions League, if we were to actually somehow make the knockouts of any form, even though it's easier to do so, that would be really something. As Ehring's already in. Joseph Ehring's through on goal, and he's missed. God damn it. But again, chance was open there for us. That's what I want to see. Love that. Lovely pick. We've started strongly. We've looked really solid here. It was a great opportunity for us, admittedly. Ehring should have done better, but this is what I'm on about. We look way more composed on the ball. We're not going to be having as many shots, I don't think, as we were before. But that's simply because we're waiting for better opportunities as Effie's into a good spot here. Effie's all the way through! And it's saved again by Brolin. What a start. We're doing well. We're actually coming to Italy and playing some football. Okay. I'm glad this is looking as good as this, though, because it shows me shows me about what I think we could do with this. Dumfries. Oh, God. Oh, Effie's in there again. Lovely interception. Oh, here we go. Playing out from the back. Come on. Benfica 2-0 up. Yeah, that's exactly what we don't need right now. Oh, God. Surely he's offside, right? He must be offside there. Joao didn't even dive. What? Oh, you're joking. He's not offside. What a finish. I just think, wow. Yeah, that's the difference between us and Inter, isn't it? Being able to score goals like that. His foot is literally offside. In 2D. And such. Great goal, in fairness, but fucking hell. Just can't buy a break here, can we? I love how his foot was the other side. Terrific. Terrific. Right, we're going to bring on Feher because Shiposh is knackered. Oh. Into middle VAR. Yeah, we definitely need the centre-backs. I think we kind of need it regardless of what happens with Jarju anyway, but obviously the registration was the issue. Is the reason we don't have more centre-backs registered. That's frustrating. We've actually had a good first half there. By our own standards. Yeah, hopefully that isn't too bad for Sakura. And the problem is we can't register anyone new. We might not have any centre-backs after this. Hey, Keith. Well, that's our thought, Keith, is we've kind of worked it out that roughly, on average, although we've only done a few seasons in it, that it's roughly the number of... This kind of works for both competitions. It's the number of games played plus a point. So if it's 8 games, you want about 9 to 10 points, like you say. And with the Conference League, you can get through usually with 7. And then you just double that for the top 8. Also, thank you, Keith. That's really kind of you. Welcome in. I'm glad the vibes are warm. It's not always like that. That's it. But usually, look at this. We're playing so well. It's going to be like the Hoffenheim game all over again, isn't it? Oh. Well, it's just that we've done a few seasons of it, Keith, and we kind of figured that it was going to be something like that. But I do like how it breaks down into quite such a... Diaz just getting bullied by Cunha. Oh, my lord. What is going on here? Right. Okay, lads. Just calm it down. There we go. That's fine. I think it's probably time to roll the changes. Ehring had that one chance. It's kind of gone missing ever since. We've got limited options on the bench anyway. As much as it might look good, most of the players from here downwards are not really that useful for us. Yeah, I might just have to leave it at that. I might bring on Heremans, maybe. He chooses his girlfriend like a pole. How dare you, Stewie? Be so accurate. In the Isthmian League. Nice. So what tier is that now? Oh, this is an annoying one. I think we've actually underperformed a bit in Europe this season. Like, some of our results in the Champions League, we've been better than our points total would suggest. We were the better side against Hoffenheim and lost. And arguably, I think we've been the better side here against Inter as well. Here we go, Novak. Oh, whoa, no. Where's the pass? Oh, God. Right, come on. Someone get onto that. Oh, seriously? This is going to be them scoring, isn't it? Cunha. Go on, Flavian. Get a block on. Oh, it's over the bar.
We started in Tier 8. Now we are in Tier 7.
Started at the bottom. Now we're here. Thank you very much, Guzma, for the 11 months. That's very kind of you, friend. Just going to turn that off. Grab a bit of that. And, I mean, how are we doing? Are we still 20? We're literally dead on 24th. God damn it, man. I think we're going to... That goal is going to be what costs us. Although, honestly, this is a free hit, wasn't it? Like, it's the Benfica game that matters more. Though it would have been nice if we could have just stuck a point in or something, because we're going to be right on the bubble for qualification. Dumfries, and that's another one for Inter Milan. Ah, dear. Benfica at home in the last game is our final one. Yeah. We all know it. What makes you think that? Best tactic on FM22? Not a clue. This is FM23, and also that's a bit of an ambiguous... It's a bit subjective. One person's good tactic is another person's bad tactic, innit? Yeah, we've lost 2-0 in a game that we've had... It's been about even. We've had good quality chances, which is what I'm trying to create with this new style. We are going to have less shots in games, but when we get chances, they'll be better, and that's really disappointing. Well, our attendance is kind of limited because firstly, we're sharing a stadium with Budapest Hungary, and secondly, I don't know if it's actually got the capacity very much. How to find a good tactic. Like I said, the forums, YouTube videos, all sorts of options like that, but I'm terrible with tactics. Yeah. Big changes to the team. Since the last video, yes. Because we've got a lot of new guys come in, but also we got in the Champions League. As in, we got in the group stage. That's the biggest change. Oh, shit. You know what? Felix, for you, we'll pay the 9 grand. That's more than we've spent on players in ages. Her great legs and wonderful hair. Ah! I can see why you'd think that, to be honest. No, I think I'd be terrible at something like that. 4-3-3 was pretty good, yeah. Although I would say that, well, I don't want to go centre-back scouting until we know what's actually going on with our centre-back. Because there's we suppose we should at least get some players, like, prepared, I guess. There's just so many options. These are the 10,000 players that are centre-backs between the ages of 15 and 27 that will actually talk to us at this point. This is the problem. Like, we've got money, so that's not an issue, but we also have to be careful on how much wages we'd give them, because at the moment we can't guarantee stats. What do you mean? But like I said, stats to me are not reliable enough in FM for me to sign a centre-back based on their stats. Because the stats of what league they're playing in, how FM's tracking it with the league not being switched on, I just don't trust that information well enough. Scout them all. I remember doing something like that before. It went well, didn't it? I remember it went well. We didn't definitely end up in £700,000 of scouting debt. I'm certain that's what happens. Yeah, exactly. We can't sell... We could ask... Do you know what? I think our best bet probably would be to ask a dot off at this point. You're right. Since that actually does work this year. Like, well. We'll do free transfers first, just because why not? Okay. Quinones. These guys are free, so we'll just trial them, right? That makes the most sense here. We take a few these little options, then we just trial them. The issue we've got is that our DOF is going to give people... He's going to suggest us people that are technically within our wage budget, but will not actually be within our wage budget, i.e., because we've got a lot of money sloshing around, we can technically afford them, according to him, but at the same time, we actually can't afford them because they're going to want like 20 grand a week, which while technically we can afford, we don't want to pay 20 grand a week because our highest paid player's on 8k. So we will have to see. Right, let's do a quick little Harold Bishop Ultras. That will get us nice and pumped up to do some more scouting. It's fine. We've got this. Go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
It's when it doesn't trigger the thing properly. That's what it is. It's when it does the black screen, that's when it triggers it for some reason. Zoltar, thank you very much for the prime. I do appreciate that a lot. Emmett always finds a way. He does. I don't know why it's basically what it is. It seems to be sometimes Stream Deck doesn't execute the command fully and it seems to get stuck in some way. And it's like the ED7 thing is cached in it in some way and then it just triggers it. He's trying to... you get a double whammy there. Set least. That'd be kind of cool. I guess you could argue Ninja Chicken. That's kind of just scouting, isn't it? Why is... I know it hasn't turned the music back on either. Is that actually even turned off? No, he hasn't. It's literally... I can still see the eye. It didn't even turn itself off. Right, bye, Emmett. Otherwise, that would have done that every time I loaded this scene. Mandar! Thank you for the 15 months.
I'm a pheasant plucker. I pluck mother pheasants.
It's true.
I'm the most pleasant mother pheasant plucker to have ever plucked mother pheasants.
I mean, I think you're pleasant as fuck. No, that... You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, why not, eh? So I've extended Thai's freeze contract, or I've offered him a contract extension. Emmett's is another year away yet, but he did accept it, which is the main thing, and a new 5-year deal. My favourite formation, probably the one I'm playing, honestly. I like the 4-3-3 diamond wide, not 4-3-3 DMs with the 2 DMs wide, but then the changes we've made to it. Although I really want to make the other system that I've been kind of mulling over work in some way, but that's for a later story, I suspect. Head-to-head result against someone who's on the... That's true, but it also would allow us to potentially get fucked on a head-to-head result. Though I don't think that would actually matter too much, I think. Because my guess would be if we lose that game, we're probably out anyway. So, you're right. Right, let's have a look at... Did I offer all 3 of these guys trials? I did, didn't I? I might just ask him for more. Because you can actually do that. You can just go free transfer or centre-backs and you can give you more. Okay, you used to... Sometimes he will give you more. Why can't he... Why is it always 3? Why can't you ask him for more options? I swear you can. I feel like I've done it before. Let's just do transfers instead. No players found. Ask Romeo Yozak to suggest transfer targets. Centre-back, all roles for transfer. No players. There's not a single player that is a centre-back. What? I mean, that's just silly. 3 is a magic number. Let's just get these guys in for a second and see what they're like. Much luck out here. I trust Romeo more than I trust anyone else, honestly. The other team snaps him up. Bobby is a solid player, but I feel like he's still kind of limited and a little bit... Why have they not... Okay, that release clause is worrying me. So that fixes it. Yeah, that's odd, Gaffer. Like, there shouldn't be a case in the... Shouldn't have had to have happened in the first place. Ah, here we go. Oh, Mo's gone to Mulder. So we're stuck with these 2. So, Romeo, buddy, we love you, but that's bad. You should have done better with that. Even SI knows the deal. Oh, God. Is this what I think it is? Yeah. I saw that on TikTok this morning. Okay, so he's 12, 13, 13 jumping reach, 6 foot. Oh! Tell you what, right? If anyone was going to do that, it's Moses fucking Jarju. A release clause triggered has been rejected. What a guy! Is this the turn? He's turned face. Moses Jarja rejects the contract from Ferencvaros and will remain an MTK Budapest player and club captain. He crowbar. It turns out the only player he could crowbar was himself. Speaking of, though, Jason Quinones here is not bad. But as always with these things, it's about wages, isn't it? He's probably affordable. And can cover DM, which we do like a bit of that. Do you think we should just kind of bite the bullet? Because he's got high consistency as well. Not a lot of cons. Just bite the bullet and go for Jason Quinones. Just for, on a shortish term, like 2 or 3 years. Just get him in. Have him solid for a little bit. Shore us up while we get the other guys coming through. Because I don't feel like I want to go too deep into the scouting on this one right now. He's old though. Yeah, but that's why we don't give him a long contract. We're not going to find the next 22-year-old gem immediately. That would require a lot of quality, a lot of time, which is what we can do in the summer. But I think this will sort of pass us over. Like, it will get us to where we need to go, maybe. As a squad player as well, I probably could have given him a little bit less than that, honestly. Has he played for Colombia? No youth caps, no caps. So, I think we can get him super cheap if I put a cap clause. Although what I will do is, just in case, I'll give him a 5 cap clause, but then we'll put it like moon money, like 13k. But that should allow me to probably even half his wage. I could probably get this down to half on a 2-year deal. Okay, a little bit too high. A little bit too low, rather. I think the issue... I know what I might do. The issue is his agent. Oh my god, mate, I'm not going to... I'm not going to give you $4,000 a week when I've just offered you that. His agent's really low on patience. All right, let's try this. Oh, fucking what? Okay. Maybe it's because it was 5 caps. The fuck's that about? Let me just check his agent. No, he's still got the same agent. Yeah, it's... Ask him to fire his agent. How do we still have this discussion? I genuinely can't believe that we still have people saying this. You cannot ask a player to sack an agent when they are not a player at your club. The only way that you can get to sack their agent if they don't currently play for you is sometimes, if they really want to join you, after the contract falls through, it will then show no agent here. As you can see, he has an agent still, which means that did not happen on this scenario. But you cannot get a player who does not play for your club to sack their agent. Mentor. Actually, chat, you're right. I think we should ask him to fire his agent. That's annoying. Now we'll ask the Duff again. That's frustrating, actually. Make a note on it. Let's try again. Right, free transfers. Okay, so he has found 3 new guys. No, that's not true. Should we just sign Callum Doyle? Like, Callum Doyle's been notoriously quite... Hang on, what about this guy? Eric Haugen. He's a fullback. He's 5'11". He is good in the tackle, but he's probably not going to be super strong in the air, is he? Oh, great. I do like it when you need left back cover. I really don't. Not with the new guys. Oh, God. I want to leave MTK Budapest, but not for you. Oh, Jarju pulling out all the memes today. That is wonderful work, James. It's got the Meme Master General seal of approval as well. You'll love to see it. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so... I feel, for me, they shouldn't bring you transfer suggestions that are already on trial at your club. It's kind of like, Romeo, I wonder where you got that idea from, bruv. Let's try these again. Let's just give him, like, centre-backs or something. Not for sale. Thomas Chris... He's on 20 grand a week, Romeo. Millie with the 100 bits.
I don't know if you know this, Matt, but if an agent is causing issues with you trying to sign the player they're representing, you can ask the player to sack their agent. I think it would be a good idea for you to ask him to sack his agent, because then you might be able to sign him. Hashtag the more you know.
Oh, glorious. You learn something old every day. What a sentence. That is glorious stuff. I'll get to the lookups in a second. I haven't forgotten them. Apologies. Let's just try some, these. There is Luke and Better Taboo. I've looked at him before. 16 jumping. We tried to loan him before, but we didn't have the money. That's fine. Central back, central defender. He won't complain because he'll play in those roles. That amount of money is fine because it's below the, do manual scouting. No, not now. The reason I don't want to do manual scouting is because if we do that, we will literally spend an hour and a half doing that and we won't make any progress. And I kind of want to get through the rest of the season in the next 2 episodes, if you like. So I can make the recap video on Friday, because I worry that it's not going to be that productive for us, because then we won't do anything in the transfer window. I just have to try and structure it for the overall quality, you know? Plus, I feel like Mbate Taboo could be a really solid option for us. Because we said that we wanted him before, but we couldn't afford his wages at the time, because obviously we genuinely couldn't, but now, I'm okay. If you suggest none appear when you ask for another suggestion, there'll be none. Oh, interesting. So it's a bug, imagine. A bug in FM? No, we don't have bugs. This is a perfect game with no issues. Trinidad. Not Trinidad. Trinidad. And Tobago. There we are. Manager is Stern John. Is that real life? Is he the real life manager? No, he's not actually. That's kind of sick. Love a bit of that. We don't want progress, we want memes. Point is, I don't like signing those types of players in January either. I really like we just need a stopgap. So we get us through to the summer so we can find, well, we know our budget's a bit better. We know what we're kind of be doing next season. I just think that's the best approach. Particularly as we haven't lost Jarji, remember? So we're actually going to be adding quality here rather than losing it. And it's not like Mbate Taboo could even be registered for anything until we're either in or out of Europe in general, isn't it? So let's see. Valencia? Any youngsters? Wow, they've actually not got any new youngsters in the team yet, I don't believe. I think all these guys are real players so far. Anyway, Jabari St. Hilaire is a great name. Judah Garcia as well. Did I see a guy at Valencia in there? I did. Levi Garcia. 77 caps as well. It's perfectly balanced. Exactly. It's fine. He looks happy in that picture. Is that an AEK? It is an AEK. Wow, he's played all over the shop. Did you guys see that? The Israeli Wonder Kid guy, Oscar, is it Gluck? Joined RB Salzburg this morning. Or I think it's been confirmed this morning, because we've had to look him up several times. Right, let's see. If Mbete Taboo would be sick for me, honestly. But look at me, chat, knowing about a football transfer. I think I should take some pride in that. And as for the game last night, fucking hell, that was dreadful. I actually thought we were really good in the first half of that game. Up until literally first half stoppage time, basically, we were doing very, very well. Just couldn't quite create that extra bit of quality in there. And then in the second half, we just sod all. Whitacast, thank you very much for the 12 months.
A whole year much wow.
Hell yeah! Benji guys discussion. Which one? Fabrizio Romato. Yeah, now you're talking. I bet you did, Daz. Yeah. Wasn't expecting that hit. I know. It's right. It won't happen again, I promise. About a 2. Potentially with Larkesh. No, you're on 800 grand a week. You're staying. Yeboah needs playing time. Yeboah's actually got a lot of playing time, surprisingly. I was kind of hoping that he'll be fine with that. Oh, no, we won't. Player I've become. You're a squad player. You've become a squad player. That's literally your role. Yep. Sometimes that works. Solomon he played yesterday. No, I haven't seen that, Joe. Yeah. Oh, come on. I'm going to have to risk this and send him to the doctor because we can't afford to be without him for the Benfica game, and that's in around about 5 days. I think that's all we've got, really. GHFH1198, thank you for the follow. Oh. Which ones, other than my obvious one? Yeah, no, Solomon's been back for a little while, but he's just taking time. Like, he was out with such a serious injury that it's taken a little while to work him back in a little bit. What should be a really good centre-back in here now? There is... I mean, he's not a centre-back, obviously, but he's certainly worth trialling, right? Wait, can I not trial him? I reckon not erring on the side of caution. No, we can't afford to. No caution can be Uncommon and Die. They're both excellent, to be fair. Totally agree. Why shouldn't you send them to the doctor? Because with viruses and flu and stuff like that, if you don't send them home, it can often spread to other players. And we don't really want others coming down, which is why it's a risk to treat him at the club, or I believe at the doctor. I think having him sent to the doctor has a slightly less chance than leaving him at the club still, but it still can spread to other players, I believe. Don't quote me on that, because I don't know if that's entirely correct, but yeah, that's my general understanding of it. Interactions have been broken for a long time. Yeah, if they want to talk about... Ben, if you're listening, you want to talk about player interactions, get me on. I have things to say. Oh, could spread to the doctor. True, yeah. A doctor's going to come down ill. Have all that bad lasagna. Wow, there's just no centre-backs in existence in here. Wouldn't it be cool, right, if on this page you could filter by position on the news article? Wouldn't that be sick? So, like, you could say, you know how when you go into your shortlist, you can filter it by positions? Wouldn't it be cool if you could do that from the scouting centre news articles? Just like a little box up here that just has the positions. You could just click them. That'd be so cool. Like, in addition to the filtering stuff. Because you know how, like, it clearly has filtering options here, but just, like, an extra filtering option there would be really, really cool. I think you'd love to say Millie with 100 bits.
Oscar Glock looks like he might be a decent signing for RB Salzburg. There's only one issue though, and that is if he plays particularly well and people start chanting his name, they'll be shouting Glock 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 Glock, which sounds like someone being orally pleasured, which is slightly inappropriate.
I'm a huge fan of the way that, whatever her name is, I've forgotten her name, I've forgotten our TTS lady's name. I'm a huge fan of the way she said it. Honestly, the way that she sped up in the middle, that was a wink, wink, nudge, nudge to Saz. Yeah, I don't think even Saz has the power to make stuff like that. Sheena, is it she? I don't think it is though. Honestly, yeah, she just sped up in the middle. I feel like they both do that whenever they have to speak like that. One email per player, because there's a button at the top. Does it look like this, Jibberoon? So if yours looks like this and you want it to have a big list, then you go to the top left and you click list and basically, oh wait, no, sorry, I think I know what you mean. Basically, if you go into... Fuck, where is it? Scouting Center. And then click the little toggle up here. You have to adjust where your scouting options are going. So, ideally, I send everything to my Scouting Center. So one thing that will happen is if you have... if you request a report on a player and have it sent to your inbox, you'll get an individual email for them. So you have to make sure that you have this ticked or that. The reason that's ticked is because I have some custom settings. But if you click that, it will only show up in the Scouting Center itself, and then you'll get the reports like that, basically. That's how that works. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying at first. Unless it was the original thing, in which case you now know both. Jordan Richards, thank you for the follow. But yeah, that's how you do it. No worries, man. I used to find that very annoying as well, until I figured out how to do it. She was pronouncing it perfectly, yeah. Just giving that gluck gluck. Holly won't have generated yet either, sadly. Unless she just generates somewhere else. One of these days. Hey, King Camera. Let's do... Right, okay, now I'll get to just in case. Because you never know. Oh, dear. That's not helpful, is it? I think I'm just getting immediate... So, just in case is funny. I agree. As a name. But is it Justin Das? It's a real player. It's a real person. I'm sorry, Justin, if you see this. It's Justin Das. Superb. Oh, that's wonderful. Is what she might say when... Oh, that's superb. Plays for Boreham Wood as well. And then he went to Horn Church. Oh, gorgeous times. Don't mind me. Just graffitiing a poor human being's name. I feel bad when it's a real person, but with that name, it's impossible not to. Incoming transfer to Tooting. Hello, Pog. This player is called Justin Das. This player is called Justin Das.
Oh my god.
Ah.
How do you say this game is boring?
Can't have it both ways, chat. You either want the memes or you want the progress. I've been told. Oh, no worries, Glossy. Any tips you have? Honestly, you seem like you're having a good time, and that truly is some of the best things you can do, is just to be having a good time, and, like, people pick up on that, right? It's... Okay, what am I doing?
I was going to give you a kiss and then you moved your arm away.
Sorry, bruv. Well, I can't hit you if my arm's super close, can I? Go away, she says to the man in the chair in the room that she has entered.
I'm trying to be nice and give you a kiss and then you say shit like that. No, I don't want one now.
Come here.
I don't want one. I don't want one. No. Tramp.
Get the spaghetti out. If I'm the tramp, then who are you? That's right, the tramp's wife. You've all seen that book. The Tramp and the Tramp's Wife, isn't it? I think. Oh, dear. It goes to Ramsbottom. It's true, it could work like that too. Max Wage. I believe it's Max Wage. It's Harry Kane. Why does Harry Kane always come up when we type in Max Wage? Because this happened last year too, didn't it? The Tramp's housekeeper. Imagine a tramp with a housekeeper. Can I pick one? Oh, hang on, chat. Pog wants your help. Pog wants to pick... You want me to pick one? What, so you can ignore me and go, but I wanted that one. Alright, so I'll do it with my eyes shut. Or rather looking at chat. What's that? Dead Sea and Witch Hazel. Does that mean, right, if you put this on your face, because it's Dead Sea and Witch Hazel, if you were then in like a boating accident, your face would float and act like a sort of auxiliary life jacket? See, only glad. Ask the question. This is what you get. This has been like Max. I think it might be actually Justine Mafront, irreconcilable difference. Moses Jarju can now part her face. Damn right you can. He's just there like, ah. I apologies. Mexico Monterrey, not a bad shout. Oh. How'd you get? True. She's my beautiful assistant. But that's fine because my next trick, I'm going to put her in a box and cut her in half. That'll probably be used in court now. She wouldn't cope with their incredible insight. I know. Only floating you. So it's like a ducking stool type boating accident. Understandable. Imagine if it had frozen then. You bet your ass I'd have been full screen with that. So Jeff Hendrick. I kind of wait for the day that someone wants to unironically look up Jeff Hendrick. Oh, wait, sorry. My apologies. So sorry, chat. That force a habit. Oh. Matt's showing how his brain is designed to avoid accidents. Not just my brain, sir. My entire body. You bet. Good lord. This is never going to happen. You've not met the Jeff Hendrick fan club yet, Jiminy. Loan him in. I don't think he'd be available for loan somehow. Yeah, it's kind of weird that he's still there. No jumping reach. Useless, honestly. Total crap. The real one? The real one? What do you mean the real one? Keep trying, nobody will take it. Really? As in this Jeff Hendrick or the Jeff Hendrick? And so you're right, that isn't the real one. What we're talking about. Silly me. Why does Bill Morris have a Jeff Hendrick? I mean, have you seen him? He's amazing. Why wouldn't they have a Jeff Hendrick at this point? Let's just see. Alan Rodriguez. I love that as a name. We'll see if any of my freebies have come through. Oh, damn. This might not be the right scout report for this. It feels like these scout reports are less and less useful than they used to be. The other real one, there's only one Jeff Hendrick. That's what they chant anyway. So I'm told. Can't save. I swear there was a player called Kartsev we had on a different save before. Oh, it's a centre back, Cardoso. Hang on. Oh Jesus. No heading ability, no jumping reach. Great and all, but not as a centre back for me. DM, lovely, but not in this team. Not with Moses Jarju around, who can jump but can't head a football to save his life. Who are you? Mateus Medina. Oh, he's 20 years old, although he's a nice midfielder. Was he take how many goals did he score? That's 2 of the freebie guys, and
So I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in the
it does seem that most of the Brazilian chaps that we looked at aren't actually all that great. Although Leandro is probably the one guy that looks to have a bit of potential about him, maybe. He's got jovial personality. Oh, the Omega guy. Yeah, he's been around for ages. He's one of the Belgian national team guys that aren't actually that great. I just keep getting reports on him because he's on my shortlist. What about you? Arthur Leca... Oh, wait, he's French. Oh, yeah, I went and had a look at the French team, too. But we'll get more information on this Arthur guy who's Brazilian. Whoa, hello there. He's not bad, actually. Get a bit more scout report. I'll just fully scout Leandro because he's probably going to be all right. Zultvargum. A French dude who's French. Oh, no, he's Gabon. Oh, okay. Okay, he's intriguing. He's really extensive knowledge, though. He's not bad. Don't mind a bit of him. You two, maybe not. 30 as an inside forward. Holy shit. Yeah, that ain't bad. A few more down here, but oh no, they're like 33. Unless they're all centre-backs that we've been looking for. Doesn't appear to be that way, though. Cristiano. An Israeli-Brazilian as well. Born in... Well, actually... Yeah, born literally in the team he plays for. Not born in the team he plays. That would be weird. Bruninho, I thought looked quite decent. Maybe it's just that we're getting over the top with some of these players. Oh, Silva Costa was quite good at 1.2. I still quite like this. He's intriguing. The rest of them, I might just do that for the moment. That way we've still got knowledge of him and come back. 2 focuses he meets as well. So I found him through one of my focuses, I think. But he's actually meeting recruitment focuses too. I'm just going to shortlist him for the moment. Hey, Icarus. Doing cloud architecture. Oh, so that's why it's raining today. I did wonder. How's it going? So far, things that have happened mostly are Jarju had his release clause triggered by Ferencvaros, but then he rejected them. But on the plus side, we're also trying to loan a centre-back, just in case, as well as Tabby Abraham's gone to Chelsea from Manchester City for £61 million. And I see Max Aaron... Chelsea, are you serious? Tammy Abraham has moved to Chelsea for £61 million. So they sold him to Roma for 35 million, who then got 82 million quid out of Man City, who then took a 20 million pound hit to bring him to sell him to Chelsea, who have then paid 26 million pounds more than they need to. Ah, Chelsea never change. Chelsea just continuing that. Ooh. He's very good, actually. Right. At least they're still behaving like Chelsea in the game, right? Balotelli must be quite old in game now, right? What do you do there, Ballo? Oh, 3.5 grand to be in a set. Of course he does. It's Balotelli. Why did I suspect that he wasn't going to want silly money? To be an under-19 coach. Enjoy not having a job, Ballo. Jarju has made his decision to stay. Oh, there's Broha. I'm surprised they haven't sold him and brought him back again. Oh, wait, they haven't, have they? Money laundering? Maybe. So, Broha, oh my life. Man, he needs a loan and fast. If he wasn't on 75 grand a week, he's on, wow. He's on 75 grand a week and has played 13 times in 5 years. But I guess if you're only 75 grand a week, you can kind of do what you want at that point, right? He is transfer listed. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised because he's exploring his options. I mean, hey, just standard. Burset. I assume you mean this guy here, right? Actually, he's quite decent. 2.8k a week. Probably would be way too expensive for us, sadly. That's the issue with players like this. We'd end up paying like £1 million. And as much as we have the £1 million there, I really don't want to start spending £1 million on players at the moment just because we can't guarantee that we're going to have that money next year. We have to plan for it. I'd rather put some of that money to wages to slowly increase it. Right, we've got Benfica in... Oh, there's no way Ehring's going to be fit for that game, is he? There's just no way. Ah! Honved now want Larkin. They're actually going to... Well, they're going to pay us weirdly low wages, but quite an insanely high monthly fee. There's no way Dele Alli's playing. Oh my god, I saw him. Well, man has got 15 goals in the Premier League for Everton. What on earth? Man has become like Everton's star. Look at the state of that. He's got double digits in 3 consecutive seasons in the Premier League for Everton. Chat, you heard it here first. That's insanely good. I mean, in fairness, his attributes are still really solid. I kind of like the fact that he's kind of, yeah. I know 20 players registered. It says I have 25 registered. You've not like got a few accidentally ticked through a filter, like not ticked, but like a filter on or something potentially that maybe could have affected that in some way. Interesting. Does he have like a... Oh, Franklin Daddy's boy Nyentunwe. You'd love to see it. Doesn't want to play in the same. Yeah, he's doing everything he can to avoid playing in the championship again. Absolute Gem Nugent. Oh. Yeah, they're fucking sick. Look at that jumping reach. I'm jealous. Oh, look at the physicals on him. And it's 17 as well. That's mad. Right. Rooney. He's still manager. Wow, he has done nothing, has he? He's just sort of chilled. Just chilling. Is Rooney a Celtic supporter? I didn't know that. I didn't realise Rooney was a Celtic supporter. But there you go, I guess. Yeah, he's done nothing, really. He's just been chilling at DC United. And I don't really blame him. Paprika's just... I didn't realise that either. But it is bloody delicious. That's what I will say. Jose Bordalas. Hang on. Wasn't he the manager of, like... Yeah. That's a bit of a step down for him. Anyway, but big up Albania for that. They're 66th in the world, so it wouldn't appear as though they've done anything. Have they qualified for anything? Nations League. They look like they might have done quite well in that group, right? Yeah, they won the group, so they got promoted to... Wait. Did they just get promoted to the A-League? That's actually very good. Genuinely. Yeah, I think that means that Albania are going to be in the top Nations League, which is not bad. As far as I know, he's still... Hello, Pog. You look resplendent. He still hasn't got himself another job yet, surprisingly. Oh, terrible times. They got promoted to Australia. They did, yes. They have to move the entire country. Tirana's taken a little while to get on the back of a lorry, but they'll get there eventually. Yeah, no, he's still got no job, sadly. He wants to go manage Auckland City, and I think we should let him. One of these days. Right, did that. Right, now let's get to this Benfica match. To a player. Why not, eh? Why not? I have misspoken, but let's run with it. Another result there for Ferencvaros. Okay, cool. The reverse Eurovision. Oh. Michelle, Jesus. Whoa! Holy long name, Batman. Chat, let me introduce you. Let me just take a very large breath before I say this. To Vana Kula Surya Sachith Galen Kulam Pereira.
Take a bow, son. Good. Take a bow.
He's considered... This is actually his abbreviated name. It's actually an abbreviation. It stands truly for his name is a Wi-Fi password. His real name is actually Jeff Pneumono Ultramicroscopic Silicovolcanoconiosis.
Fucking showing off.
No, I will not. That might be the longest name. Hang on. Information. Just to wait to see if it's any longer. Usually you don't see, like... WSGKP. Is he any good? Kinda? Shirt name in 4-point font. I want to scout him further, please. More on him later. Oh, I want to just sign him so we can call him WSGKP. Name longer than my future. Ah. He's a real player. Wait, no, he can't be a real player, can he? He's 17, but still. Sign him for the name. The money, though. Let's ask him, actually. Oh, that helps, doesn't it? Fucking brilliant. Cheers. Thanks for narrowing it down from what it was to... That, to me, is such a nonsense transfer value. That's... How can a transfer... He's not... But it's not going to be 65k, is it? Let's... Generally really... Oh, yeah, they are. But usually they're not as long... Usually the game abbreviates them in some way. It doesn't actually show their full name. It's always the top number, isn't it? Let's see. Sometimes it's actually double the top number. Let's try it. Hey, let's just try it. He's got a minimum release fee of 800,000. Hang on a minute. Wait. Okay. That sort of stuff has to be fixed. You can't... Their agent... When he's got a release fee of 875 grand, so his transfer value could not possibly be... You're right, he probably would still go for 650, but I've got 650 to get. I'm not going to pay 650 for him. That's just too much money for us. Bear in mind, our most expensive signing in this entire save so far is 200 grand. 250 grand, and that was Yakubu Yaboa. Like, if he was 60 grand, I'd be on him. Easy. We still have the meme budget. We do have the meme budget, but we also don't in the long term. It's annoying, though. And better... we're getting Luke. Good shit. Could try and loan it, but then what good would a loan do? Other than soften him up, maybe? We already checked Ironic Christian. She's not in the database yet. The anal note. I think it's analysis, maybe? Which player was it on? Think of the income for shirt sales. If only FM cared about memes as much as we did, then the shirt sales would be remarkable. Yeah, it would still cost us too much money. Oh, wow. I still like him as a player. The marking is the issue, but he's got great positioning, so that might cover up a little bit. Good aerial reach. He's a body at the moment. He's just another defender to get us through to the end of the season. That's kind of what we need right now, just to get someone through to the end of the season. Then we're going to have a proper deep dive in the summer and actually find... Because regardless of what we find, we're going to have to go and actually get some solid centre-backs in the summer. So Airing wouldn't be able to play this game anyway. We knew that. But I'm going to have to rotate the entire squad for this game. Pretty much. We'll go for Iwono. We'll go with Yakubu Yaboa. We'll go with Kaepernick, which is fine. We'll go with Heremans. We'll go with... I want Diaz, but then I'm going to start Ari. The fuck? Why is he unavailable? International duty. Oh, cheers. What to play in the next match? Well, we've got to play someone in this game. Also, the whole point of having... whole point of sending Airing to the doctor is so that he might be able to play the next game. But I guess you're probably right. We should start Riviere just in case he can't start. Ideally, we want Riviere to start bringing youngsters. Well, that's what I'm doing. But we still actually kind of need to win the game. Youngsters is fine and all, but we need to actually have players that can play in the match. Since, why are they all on international duty? They're all... Oh, they're not. They're all tri-leagues. Let me just get rid of the not available guys. See who's actually available to play this game. It'd be Qatar. That's fine. We'll put Qatar in. We'll put... Larkesh is fine because Ndai will start. Dorrington is in there along with, ideally, Taboo, because we can. Sagdar won't start, but we've got so many options, actually, now. I might even start the other guy instead of Larkesh. We could start Paredo, maybe. And then that'll have to do. Have the guys on the bench in case. Yeah, I was going to bring Ari in to start for the first time because we signed him to be that guy. But if he's on international duty already... It's that same system again. Jordan Ross will be starting against us today, by the way. He is a player that's on loan from us, so we expect him to score several goals. Okay. Yeah. MTK interested in Sri Lankan goalkeeper. That's what they'd go with. You know it. Okay. See if this is enough to get us through this game. So, No. Sorry, Luke. You can't have number 12. And Espria's back, apparently. His loan finished, and they didn't want to extend it. So he's now back. We've actually got an extra winger option with Espria. Cool. Yannick Maushund. I don't know who that is. Can we? Oh, because they've played an extra game, haven't they? 1-0-12. It's just the thing we do. We never have number 12 because the 12th man is the fans or something like that. It was an old Patreon thing I used to do. It was a request from a patron, and I've just kind of carried it over ever since. When I remember, which most of the time I do. I'm not even sure why we've got Riviere back. Although I suppose, if nothing else, at least it's developing him slightly. Not that we care. We've got no vested interest in Riviere anyway, because of course he's We've got no clauses in his contracts. We might get at most like a solidarity thing, but I think that would only apply to the club he actually came through at, so that'd be Tour. 12th man is chat, exactly. Kind of like Mane. Well, not really. It's just, if he does, right? I think he looks more like, it might just be the smile. It might be his, like, the smiley face. I don't think he looks like Mane. No. He does look like someone, though, and I can't think who. No, Jarju actually stayed. He turned down the contract from Ferencvaros. Oh my god. There's that 19 aggression. Eduardo Pereiro sent off 15 minutes into his debut. Good. That's gone well. Oh, luckily we've got left backs coming out of our arse. So Harrimans will come back here. Hang on, can he play there? I love how it's got his role. That surely can't be correct. He wanted his ovation early. Oh, he's getting it all right. I guess we move to Larkesh next on the pecking order. I probably could, considering who we're playing against, just keep the system. Nah, you know what? Fuck it. Considering our opposition is Kekshmet, I might just leave the system as it is. Normally, I'd push them back into aggressive body language. In it. Shadow Strike. Normally I would do that, but against the side of this kind of quality, I actually feel like that would be kind of bad for us. Against anyone else, like bigger sides, I would always just move the striker back to a Shadow Striker. But in this one scenario, I actually feel like we're okay. Of course, we will now lose. I think it might have been Jordan Ross that he was sent off for tackling, yeah. Oh, God, Shroud. We've not actually scored a goal yet today on stream, so that's fun. Right, here we go. It's just going to be a bit of a pain, given that we've got no... That link to the striker is going to be a bit of an issue for us, potentially. But it will, and maybe encourage some of the other guys to get a bit further forward, perhaps. De Silva. Whoa. This is more like it. Nice little one-touch stuff in the midfield. Find the pass. Kapralik's in. Great finish. Lovely stuff. MTK 1, Kekshmet 0, Adrian Kapralik. Lovely. Yeah, there's no goals, only memes. Enjoy Aldi, Jiminy. Enjoy. I always do. That was lovely football. So this is what I mean. I mean, this is like... Obviously, this isn't directly from those tactical changes, because... Usually, but basically, that Novak goal I talked about, he almost got into this sort of position, tried to square it to a striker who was like, here, it deflected off the defender and went in. So Kapralik, he literally is the one that just scored the goal. So no, is the short answer. Oh, nice one, Bitchfish. That's awesome. I'm glad. I'm glad it still works for from 23. I've not actually got a chance to use it properly yet, which I'm excited about once we get some more money. How was the result? The first game I tried it on, Bratz, we won 15-0. And 10 of the goals, wow. 10 of the goals were wingers or fullbacks getting into scoring positions, if you like, and squaring it to a teammate in a better position. They actually seem to pay attention to the instructions. Now, of course, that wasn't a cup match, but still, 15-0 for us is remarkably high. Yeah, Daniel Mooney is extremely good. No, I don't think they've ever... I don't think they've been on Kapralik, and if they did, I didn't accept it. Not as far as I know, anyway. I like Kapralik. He's a really solid second choice out in those wide areas. Yeah, Spain has always been quite good for that. France, you can find some pretty cool players in there, too. Rivier's kind of being carried by this team at the moment, but I'm all right with that. The rest of the lads are doing the business. Oh, hello. Oh, no, for some reason, that felt like an attacking situation for us, for whatever reason. Where should I play him? I actually didn't look at him close enough to realise that. Let's have a look again. He isn't the fastest. So the reason he's got... I think the reason the game considers him to be an Enganche like that is because of that lack of speed and mobility that he's got. So you kind of want him in a role where he's not going to have to move around as much, to be honest. He can clearly pass a decent amount. He's got a great first touch and okay vision as well. Really high leadership. But you just don't want him to have to run too far. Yeah, something like a playmaker, but not a roaming one, obviously. Like a DLP he'd be fine as, or even an AP, but then the AP, I think that does require good dribbling a little bit. But DLP is probably where, like, obviously I wouldn't put him as a DLP in my system because we don't use that role, but if I was like starting blank, I'd probably look at a DLP for him maybe. Just to give him less movement. But alongside someone who can actually like win the ball a bit more, as a Yeboah's in. Oh my god. See, that's what... Yeboah is the one player I've noticed that doesn't seem to flourish very well in this system with that instruction. He will still shoot. Before, they were... The other players were all passing the ball in situations like that, where Yeboah seems to... Maybe he's got a PPM, basically, that stops him from doing that. But he's the one guy that still seems to take the shot on constantly rather than trying to square it to a teammate. It could be the flare, yeah. Because he actually scored, one of the goals in that 15-0 win was him getting into the position, but then taking an insane angled shot, which actually went in his defence. But he's the one player I've noticed that doesn't seem to follow the instruction in the system particularly well. We're actually playing really well, considering we've been down to 10 men for most of the match. And Ngonch should be fine as well, but you need to have players to run around him. If you're going to play him as an Ngonch, you need players that are going to get in and around him, because he's not going to move. He's sort of like a pivot player. Not a pivot, but like... go on, get in there. Yes. Oh, come on. Really? Really? Jordan Ross, on loan from MTK, scores against MTK. But it's actually not that that's annoyed me. It's like, both of our centre-backs should be favourite for this. And I don't know what that is there. Like... it's a good finish from Jordan Ross. Is that the first shot on target? Yeah. Yeah, it was. I saw that change from 1-0 to 1 on my Steam friends list. Getting the spoilers. You got the app results before the actual live goal. That's very irritating. Yeah. Considering the game's apparently... How is that not a mistake leading to a... To me, that's a huge mistake. We'll get Darla on for a little bit. And... Owono could do like 15 minutes, even if he does have to play the next game. Oh, yeah, we don't have an AM, do we? I was thinking to myself, where's the AM? But we don't have one, do we? Got this guy from my amateur filter. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Nice. Shitting fuck. Was he in the Senegalese, like, under 19 squads? Which club was he at? That's in... Jesus Christ. That's awesome. Oh. Big and fast. Yeah, that's the dream, isn't it? Yeah, so do I. Because it was worse when I had like my other watch, because obviously it was like a smartwatch, so it would like give you stuff there. But at least now with a dumb watch, it's not quite so bad. But I still see my phone screen light up, and I'm like, oh no. Right, here we go. See if we can work away in a good position for a goal here. Kaepernick, square it. Here we go. Okay, that right there is exactly the scenario that we scored all those goals from. How the fuck Owono has managed to miss that the other side is a baffling one to me. But that's the sort of chances I'm on about. I genuinely cannot believe he's missed the goal with that. It's just one of these games for us, isn't it? He's just you're right, he's just a special player. He has skills that... Are they going to like ever take this free kick? Owono's been fine, but he's a bit erratic. I think he's a bit of a rough diamond at the moment. Oh, God. I thought Dorrington was about to get sent off then. So, yeah, just a standard 1-1 there. We had a... Yeah. Oh, it's very, very difficult to miss to the right there. That's annoying. Luckily, we're still top of the league, but only by 3 points now. Shit. Honved are starting to, I say flag, that they are a newly promoted side after all. Pushkas, how are they so bad? They really need a good manager, because they've got great signings. And, well, obviously Marty scored again, because it's just what he does. Pereira's banned for 1 match. He's going to get more bans there, isn't he? Improved for De Silva. No. Now we can ask you to sack your agent, and we will. So that way every agent in football will hate me. Happy with Ross develop. Look at Thighs here, putting on the he's just trying to put any positive spin on that as he physically can. We're going to get a lot of that, I suspect. They did appoint a new manager. Yeah, but they need him to be good and do... Did they actually appoint a new manager, though? They did. It's Hakan Yak... No shit! I swear I remember this guy... Yeah, from back in the day. At, like, PSG and Galatasaray and Basel. Yeah, Hakan Yakin is now the... Pushkas certainly love bringing in managers from all over the world. He was the manager of Schaffhausen, who are a Swiss side. So, interesting. True, you're right. We probably will be out of the league in roughly 5 days. It is nice to see him scoring, yeah. If you could just do that for other teams, that would be awesome. Just not against us all the time. That would be wonderful. I want Saturday. All right. Right, here we go. Benfica. They're 15th, so that means they, as we know, they won their last game. I mean, there is still a way that we could get through this, I think, without winning. It's just very unlikely. Like, the teams down here towards the bottom are there because they don't win. Jordan Ayew? Really? Actually, screw it. We'll just do it the quick way and just look at the actual transfers, because there might have been some more. So who we got so far? Since January's opened up, we've got Oriol Vagbe joining Kexkmet from, well, St. Polten. Matteo Di Gusto, Kishvarda, from Winther. Okay. And then there's also Maxim Muckin joining Kexkmet. So nothing yet. But that doesn't mean it hasn't. It might just have not happened yet, in fairness. Let's just check the second tier. Any mad shit happening in there as well. Doesn't appear to be. Zoltan David, Martin Dalla. A smug picture. It's because he knows he's joined a massive club or something. So Faye's going to Uipest in the end. I was kind of hoping he'd move to Pushkas to keep them afloat, but Uipest are a solid side and he'll do well there. But yeah, maybe RU hasn't actually joined them yet. It might just been that it's like in the news, potentially. Because look, Kexmet are going for Blessing, who I think is already at. Paxi are trying to loan a guy called Diesel Jr. from Bayern Munich. They're loaning players from Bayern, chat. This is the dream. God damn, I love it. Can he become friends with Jockey Monster? He could. Vin Diesel Jr. Yeah, Blessing was the guy that was our trial player, wasn't it? It was Latif Blessing, wasn't it? So yeah, he was at... Oh, hello. Yeah, so he was at Mezhkovest. And now it looks like he's moving because they're obviously second tier now. Apparently, these must be some of the Brazilians from the original scouting, I think. Wait, did I say 50? Oh, no, 50 in progress. Oh, that's good news. Maybe they're getting some youth intakes coming through. Potentially. Had a coffee and not bathroom break. I know. I usually try to get to like 1 o'clock if I can do. And yeah, Ziyech is still there. I actually signed a new contract too. Jarvis Feroch. I mean, I feel like we've already crossed this bridge, lads. It's happening. Ayentha said yes. He turned down a loan move Weirdly, he turned down a loan move last year to a club in the top flight. Now, I wonder if it's just because they were offering him less playing time. But now Borja Ayentha, I don't know if he's actually pronounced like that, depending on what part of Spain he's from. Where is he from? San Sebastian. So that's like Real Sociedad kind of way, isn't it? In fact, I believe San Sebastian is the city that Real Sociedad's based. So that means it's Basque region, maybe. Then again, it would say if he was... Oh, he is Basque. There you go. He's a really good player, actually. I think he'll do well for Spartacus in the second tier. Georgia has still 3... True. Imagine if, in the end, he still ends up signing for... Larkin's gone to Honved. Excellent. Did not have... I agree with them. Oh, I'm worried about that. Best I've had in the second tier is Connor Coventry. Ah, Connor Coventry. Those are the days. Yeah, because they are called Real San Sebastian without the thing, aren't they? Diop's injured. He's injured. Oh, Jesus. Gashed head. What the hell happened? A robust challenge. Show me more. I want to know if you fell out a golf buggy or something. Or just doctor you. Portia's injured as well. Good lord. Hey, Cobb. How many player restrictions? Yes, I do. As of today, ironically, we actually have like... Shoot. I think the only ones I've got is shoot less often on every single player, minus the striker, and obviously the centre backs have that built in. I think that's all though, because I noticed that a lot of our players, particularly the wide players, were getting into really good scoring positions or really good shooting positions. Sorry, really good squaring or crossing positions, but they were shooting into the side netting and just deflecting instead. And this was a way around that. Oh, and the wingers switching, if you want to count that as well, yeah. That's actually quite important. I wish we could do that with fullbacks. That'd be so sick. We finally lost a game. And of all teams, it was Benfica that beat us. No. Our first defeat. Still won the group. We'll take that. We will absolutely take that. I don't really like inverted wingers. Whenever I've used them, they've... Oh, I'm frozen. Good shit. I've heard lots of stuff about the inverted wingers, and I've tried them at previous times, and they've just never done what I wanted them to do. I didn't notice that they were as good, i.e. their ratings were generally worse. They would provide... I noticed they had less assists overall. What I kind of want is a mix of both, which is why I try to... I sort of try to make my inside forwards play like inverted wingers, whilst keeping them as inside forwards. It's... that I try to get the best of both worlds, as they want Tamas Fischli. Alright, cool, we'll do that. Juve want Sagdal again. That's absolutely not happening. Bobby's dropped. Feroch want Kapralik. I swear to... Oh, no, he doesn't have a release course, I don't think. Like, honestly, did we not actually need him right now? I'd probably be willing to do that. But at the moment, we do kind of need an extra winger. Because he's so useful as a backup. I actually quite like Adrian Kapralic. Yeah, Marty's been insane. Next year, I think first team for him. First team and a loan for him. But I kind of want to keep him in there so we can try and win the Youth League. Right. Let's see. Is Ehring available? That's the question. No. No, he's not. Ehring is still injured. So it is going to have to be a Wono. And then Pereira with... Where the fuck's Novak? Are you Is Novak suspended? Are we down to 4 players that are available on the... My God. Moses Jarju is going to have to play. Good sweet Jesus. We're down to... Well, our bench has 4 players on it. And one of them's going to have to be Jarju because Sagdal can't play right back. Oh yeah, we'll obviously fill it with youth players, but of players that can actually do a job for us in the team currently. What the hell happened to... Novak must be suspended. Hello, Pog. How's your face mask going? Sagdal's going to have to play right back, and then Jarju's going to have to come in despite being knackered. I'm glad this is hopefully going to be the only season of this that we're going to have to walk through. But it is what it is. You got yellow card suspension. Jesus. Oh well, it is what it is. We want face masks, Pog. Go on, Pog. Show them face mask. It's all cracking. Oh, mate.
I can't smile, so...
Remove filters. So shows only first team players. Then it won't show anyone other than those players.
Got it all in my hair.
Face reveal. Constraining Diaz too much with it shoots as often. No, because most of the goals that Diaz have scored for us, in fact, I would say almost all of them have not been like long-range bangers. So I'm not particularly worried about that. Because players will still shoot when they're in good positions to shoot. Like really good positions, which is where he often got into. So far, I'm not super concerned about that. If we notice a genuine drop-off, then yeah, we can take a look at it. But... the main problem with it was that we were just getting players shooting from stupid positions and it was giving possession away. And now we create less shots, but we create higher quality shots. Mrs. Doubtfire in the cake kind of vibes. Well, hello, dear.
What a fucking compliment. That's like the best thing.
So what you're saying is, Rob, dude looks like a lady. Yeah. Actually, in a way. Right, what we got? Enjoy your bath. Right, let's do this. They've got bath. They've got... Let's go. Youth players are sub shit. You're right. Yep, my bad. Does this work when I... It doesn't. It's weird that that doesn't work when you don't have them filtered. It's like, surely the game still knows they're there. We'll just shove all those guys on the... Oh, Dele Basic. Nice. If we ever need a goalkeeper, I guess. This dub is super important. Actually, I mean... Oh. Right, okay. Let's go. Bath to glory. She's going to do a Bath City save. Who's getting numbers other than... Krexia. Hang on. Wasn't he one of the youth guys from a couple of seasons ago that we thought was looking quite tasty? Damn, he's actually... Yeah, okay. I think it's because he's played a game really recently. We're creating way more... We're creating more chances for the striker, which is why Ehring's looked... solid against obviously the sample size so far is a bit bad because we had the game against Inter, which we actually looked pretty good in, I would say, but we also had the game in the other league game where we lost like loads of... We got the red card, so I had to change anyway. Don't say much. Yeah, maybe I'm just talking too fast and the frame rate. I'm talking at 65 FPS. Plus having Jarju back. Jarju probably thinks this... He's so vain, he probably thinks this song is about him. Bathing a nation. Right. Let's have this. I don't like the fact that we've got to go with Juan Pablo and Effie. We really need someone like a Kata or a or an Ari there, but needs must, right? Okay. So we currently sit 24th spot. We are in the final qualification place. If we can win against Benfica, we will stay in there. If we lose, anything can happen. If we draw, I still think with a draw, it actually doesn't benefit us that much. Although, weirdly, we've moved up to 21st based on head-to-head, even though... How would we be above Hoffenheim on head-to-head? Have they played... So, I think we'd actually be above Hoffenheim on head-to-head by virtue of them maybe losing to Ajax and Dynamo? Oh, because we beat Antwerp. That's what it would be, wouldn't it? As long as it benefits us. We'll accept it if it benefits us. Jarju. And it's Flavio Moss. And it's over the line from Christopher Owono. MTK 1. Benfica 0. Bella Gutman's like, fuck's sake. Oh. Lovely stuff. What a ball in from Jarju, but look at the flick on from Flavian Moores. Perfect. Oh, it's like the Tete header to Polinia the other day. Gorgeous stuff. We lead in the Champions League. Oh, great stuff. Strong early start. We've got a lot of possession, which is good. Uh-oh. Oh my god, they're leaving a lot of players forward. That could be both good and bad. Oh, well done, Adrian Kapralik. He's found Pereira. Here we go. A chance to show off a bit of that quality from these wide areas. Right, we've got nobody up in support. It doesn't matter as Kapralik drills it over the bar. Oh. Okay, strong start from us. Pereira to Brahim Diaz. It's a dreadful first touch from Diaz. Okay, right, this is where we need Jarju to be... Yep, okay. To be present, ideally. They could have gone out to the right this side here and they'd have done much better with that. It's Musa. He's through. Goalkeeper's come out for no reason. And it's 1-1 because... Why did the keeper rush out there? I mean, I suppose... Yeah, that was a weird one. It's 1-1. The keeper came flying out but then didn't actually kind of commit to it. He just sort of came out. They don't normally come out as early as that. Like, he was making that run out. Like, just sort of, I don't know. Strange decision making there. It's been a tough game for us. So far, it's been pretty even, honestly. We've controlled the possession, though, which is good. But what does that drop in points do for us? It puts us 21st as things stand. So far, bisexual keeper. Oh. You can't have been playing for both teams. He's got to pick a side in this one particular game. You know what? So far, we've been the better team in this first half, I think. Just about edged it, which is good signs. I am worried about Jarju in the second half, though. That's actually a really nice pass because it relieves the pressure on us. Except that has now put the pressure completely back on us again. And now we're going to concede. Okay, cool. Good. He pushes out there instead of tracking the run. Yeah. Whipped across. First time finish. Goal. 2-1 Benfica. We just do not get the breaks in the Champions League, do we? Yeah, Larkesh was just... Like, the pass to him was fantastic. And all he had to do was just keep the ball moving. Slowly but surely bring that ball away. It's a tight game. And we're once again coming out the wrong side of it. Like, we were as good as Inter in their game. Lost 2-0. We were better than Hoffenheim. Lost 1-0. We've had some poor results in the Champions League, which is weird because I actually think that we've had some really good results too. And think about the other games. The losing against Porto when we were 2-1 up. Oh, sorry, we were a goal up. Losing against Bayern. Or drawing against Bayern, rather. Was it Bayern? It was Bayern, wasn't it? And that would push us down. The draw is imperative here. Because we're going to go out on head-to-head. Hey, look, chat. We're going to get eliminated on head-to-head but against teams that we haven't fucking played against. That's great, isn't it? Don't you love it? We've got a better goal difference than both of them. That's always fun. Plenty of time left. I love going out of Europe on head-to-head against teams you've not played against. Oh, wait, what's happened now? There's a change, but it's not entirely sure what it is. Right. I'm going to turn off work ball into the box. We're going to go a bit more gung-ho. How does head-to-head work? It doesn't, basically. In this new Champions League format, it just doesn't. It's asinine. Right. Okay, changes are going to have to happen, but I don't know what. Kapralik's knackered. We've got... Oh, my God. Well, I guess Raymond Krekschka is coming in. Oh, my life. Our bench was so dead. I'm going to bring on anyone I can of quality. Kata will come in. Herriman's for Diaz. We're just going to go for it. We're going to roll the dice here. Draw probably would be enough. Yeah, but you're still going to get the draw. Oh. The new Champions League format. Basically, it's the Swiss system. So you play against... you play 8 games. How is that not a foul? You play 8 games against teams that it assigns to you based on, like, seedings and stuff. And then the points are all added up into one giant group, basically. But because they don't know, because SI don't know how UEFA are going to do tiebreakers, they've kept it on head-to-head, which can literally mean that you could get knocked out of Europe by results against... Sorry, by finishing below teams that you have not played against in a head-to-head. Basically. So it can completely F you. So right now, we're going to finish below Dinamo and Ajax, despite having better goal differences than both of them, because they might have got a win against someone like PSV. Receded after every game. Okay, I don't bloody know, do I? They keep referring to it as the Swiss system, even if it isn't. I think with... I rarely do the whole go more attacking, but we might not have a choice here. Fucking hell. Maybe hit some early crosses. Just try to get the ball in the box a little bit more. Attacking isn't really attacking, but... So its results against both teams have played. No. It's not. That's the thing. It just takes... It makes a mini-league out of the teams that are on the same number of points, regardless if you've played against any of the teams in it. You'll see what I mean when we get knocked out by it in a second. You'll see exactly what it is in a second. Yeah, so Dinamo Zagreb are going to go through with a negative goal difference of -10, despite the fact that we have a positive goal difference and we've not played against them at all. That's going to be... I was expecting this to happen at some point. Yep. Right, let's go and look at this wonderful tiebreaker we've been presented with. In the end, Benfica are probably the better side. But fuck me. Let's see how this tiebreaker has worked. I don't know if you can see it on this screen. It might not work on this one. There you go. So, because Dinamo Zagreb and Ajax drew against each other, that means we are punished by it, despite us not playing against fucking either of them. How is that head-to-head? We haven't played against them. Also, that would surely leave it absolutely rife for potential corruption as well, given that teams could, like, manufacture results if it was the final day. So we're knocked out of Europe by virtue of not playing against either of these two sides. That's fucking bullshit. That can't be how it would work. Yeah, it's our fault for not playing them, you're right. Do you know we're also out? You're right, yes, they are also out. Ajax. So why are Ajax through? Because I think Ajax got through because they had a better goal difference, presumably. That must be what it is. Wait, so why? Question. Genuine important question here. Why is it that in the table here, it ranks Dinamo Zagreb above Ajax, and yet, for some reason, Ajax are the ones that have qualified? Oh, there you go. Oh, so that's just showing the head-to-head. So then it goes to goal difference. No, so just to clarify, if Ajax had beaten Dinamo Zagreb when they played, obviously they'd have more points, so this is irrelevant, but say that left them on the same number of points. Dinamo Zagreb would go below us because they'd have a negative goal difference within that little head-to-head. So let me find you another example of some teams that are tied on points. So up here, you'll see, right? So you notice that Arsenal, Benfica, and Milan didn't play any teams in this group, this little set of teams. But Napoli played Wolfsburg, and as a result of that, Napoli have the right to be above Arsenal, Benfica, and Milan as a result of beating Wolfsburg. Despite the fact that Arsenal, Benfica, and Milan all have higher goal differences than them. Just because they didn't happen to play against Napoli in that spell. It's utterly fucked. No, so top eight go into the automatic knockouts. Top 24 go into the knockouts normally, and then we get nothing. So I think it does tell you the tiebreaker here, doesn't it? I believe. We want league phase. We want. So yeah, results. So yeah, it goes to goal diff. Sort of, but. So yeah, results between teams. And then inside that, it goes to goal difference, then goals scored. So no, we don't get anything for this. So yeah, because they obviously drew... Basically, the fact that it's using head-to-head is nonsense. But bear in mind, even if it somehow took into account the fact that we hadn't played them, it would still be nonsense, because how can you have head-to-head if you haven't played them twice? It's basically, it's the same league sorting rules from last year. They've just copied them over. Even though that's clearly not how it's going to work in real life. It can't do. Now, obviously, they couldn't possibly pretend to know what what UEFA are going to do, but it is still mad that we get kicked out of Europe because of two other teams that played against each other in a game that had nothing to do with us, and we had a better goal difference than both of them. Like, to me, I feel like if SI were going to be on the safe side, they should have just set it to goal difference for the moment, because that would be the most fair, at least for this. Because at least then you're still being judged on the games you've played. I think that would be the only way to really do it. I think it kind of had to be put in some respects. But yeah, that's... Oh, we got a new stadium extension. That's kind of good. So that should at least allow us to get some more money. That's just very irritating, isn't it? They could have at least attempted to make a system that would make sense and is at least fair. Or, I mean, to be fair, it's going to be difficult to make... I'm trying to think of the fairest way to do sorting anyway. But I think the best thing they could have done would just be to be like, right, fuck it, we'll just use goal difference for now, and then we'll wait and see what UEFA come up. Because at least goal difference, you can't argue that... I don't think there's at the moment, there's a fairer way of doing it than goal difference in that current format. Maybe UEFA will come up with one. Number of wins, then goal difference, maybe? But I feel like that would have probably ended up being the same anyway, given that it's a really short set of games, that number of wins would probably end up almost certainly generating the exact same results. I feel like the mini-league head-to-head could still be used, but as like a massive downtime. Yeah, it shouldn't be the number one thing. It's mad. Particularly with how many teams can draw on the same number of points because of the way it's set up. Only looks like, you're right, Rob, honestly, yeah. So that's kind of annoying that we've been knocked out of Europe by that, but whatever. We move. Team that leaks goals, but they have at least played that team and created results against that team and shown that they have done well. You're not going to at least be... Like, if we'd have gone out to a team with a better goal difference than us, that's fine, because they have scored more goals, they would have done more stuff and taken advantage. We would have... because of the way it's seeded, we'd have got to play against teams at that same level, potentially. So I think that's actually much fairer, because at least they're seeding the games. So that'll be fine. Update is we've just been knocked out of Europe. Based on a result in a game that wasn't to do with us. I.e., we had a better goal difference than both teams, but because they drew against each other in a head-to-head, that means we get knocked out. Because it's totally fine and not annoying at all. But anyway, we move. I think they'll have some other method in real life. There's no way that's going to... If they introduce that in real life, oh, can you imagine? We were removed from Europe. Damn right. I love how he wants a new contract now. It's like, buddy, we just lost and got knocked out of Europe. You really think this is the time? Their draws in the last 8. It wasn't, was it? Was it really? No way. If it was, then that makes that even worse. No, it wasn't. They lost Barcelona on the final day, and then Ajax lost to Leipzig on the final day. Imagine if they'd done that on the final day, because on the final day, they would literally have the ability then to manipulate the results. But then why would one of the teams want to do that? Because one of them went out as well. The other Hungarian sides aren't playing at the moment. Because this was the extra matches that we had. Yeah, this style would be rife for match fixing, potentially anyway. Not even match fixing, but collusion, you know? Yeah, the window's shutting soon, which is good. Yeah, just standard Mr. Progger. At least we held on to Jarju, though, so, you know. To be honest, us nearly getting to the knockouts of the Champions League in our first season in the groups is a lot better than we've done in the past, if you think about it. Because that still means that we've had to have been better than... Well, we still finished, like... There's 10 teams that were lower than us, which is not bad. Like, statistically, that's still not bad. For our first attempt, particularly with all the injuries and suspensions that we'd had as well. It's better than I would have expected to do in Season 5 of the save. They want Portilla. Oh, okay. He's our backup goalkeeper, but honestly, right now, I'm actually okay with that. We'll ignore... Oh, right. So here's a guy for you, chat. This is Jack Smith. Oh, the weight, he's so expensive. Shit. I didn't know how much he was going to be. Basically, Canadian. Looks good. 16, 13, 11. Some solid stuff there. 15 jumping reach. 6'1".
Thank
good
you
on
for
both
the
feet.
25 months
DJ!
of great fun.
Thank you.
Sorry for that scandalous, negligent coding by FM.
It's not your fault, my friend. I don't even blame them entirely. I think they were kind of put in a tough spot, but it might have been better to err on the side of caution on that one. You're not wrong, man. So they might find some shit like that, but can you imagine? But I wouldn't be surprised as well. But yeah, thank you for the 29 months. 29? 25 months. That's very kind of you. Yeah, it's that value. Oh. New sponsorship. We won't get new sponsorship till next season, and if we do, it's not going to be much of an increase. Not that, considering we were already... I mean, you never know. It's annoying, because basically I saw this guy and I went, oh, he looks really good. And he does. I'm still going to keep scouting him. Rick Karsdorp. I love how that's considered... Actually, he'd be free, but he's on 30 grand a week. Yeah, this is the problem we've got, in that the players that we're now getting brought are players that... Here's a max wage demand of them. They're players that we can technically afford, but we don't want to actually pay for, because that would be stupid. Oh, this is another guy I looked at, actually. Kidashele. Not amazing. Also expensive, considering. Not a target for... You'll have to see it. Carsdorp's quite good, isn't he? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the max wage. I think it's just a glitch. Well, obviously it's a glitch, but like, yeah, 4 million, 8 million pounds. Like, really? He's a reasonable signing, is he? You're listed for loan. Well, no, you're not. That's listed for transfer. But again, actually, he could... Oh, that's Hampus Findel, isn't it? If he did sell Brahim... And he's Georgian too. Yeah, exactly. Way more interesting because of that. Wow, this is just a... there's another guy I looked at here because, look, 11, 13, 16. He had a good jumping reach as well, but he's playing in the 3rd tier in Hungary. So I might still scout him a little bit more, but obviously he's not going to be good enough for us. Most likely, anyway. Kind of Werder Bremen guys. Have they got any centre-backs, maybe? That doesn't really help us long term, though. I think we've now got at least time to figure out what we want to do with that, and can... We'll keep an eye on these scouting reports, but I think our best bet is just to, like, start preparing the idea. We can have a look through some youth teams. Some of the, like, yeah. It's definitely not as broken as it was last time, Mr. Progger, but part of me thinks that might just be because we're in Hungary. And it's just because Hungary isn't as broken as Ireland was. That is potentially a factor. Hey, Booscape. Internal competition's easy, but nothing at Champions League level. I assume we're in Champions League. Yeah. Basically, the way I do it, you have to start young. I.e., start bringing the young players as soon as you can, because you're not going to be able to afford to buy players that are going to strengthen you to the point where you can challenge in Europe most of the time. You, generally speaking, have to develop them yourself, which immediately means you will, along the way, lose some of them. But you want to find as many young, high-quality players as you physically can, and just starting that conveyor belt. So each year, trying to add to it over and over and over, start building, obviously, the loan farm too, and then you can bring players back from them. That's generally what we haven't even started really doing that yet. Not on purpose, but it's kind of just happened because we found so many good players. Honestly. Oh dear. Right. I'm going to have a pee break. And then I think what we might do after that is have a little look at some random nations. See if we can find some new potential amateur legends, maybe. Even though we can afford more. Where to buy from 23? I think that might work. There you go. There's various different ways, of course. So the Whiz Quiz. You know what to do, my friends. I'll be back in a second. Today's winner is Jonathan Greening, or rather, it's Bearded Child with Jonathan Greening. I was thinking of... I had a bit of a tough one. The other one that I've got for you potentially later if I need another P, I would say is a lot tougher. But I thought we'd start off with a nice easy one, right? They're always ex-Fulhamers. Where else do you think... I mean, I do have to try and mix that up a little bit, right? I knew it this time, chap being a York wemp. So, I suppose... we should just have a little perusey, right? See if there's any newbies knocking a... like that, for example. Okay. Noah Liebert. Immediate scout, presumably. Marcellus Conan. Yeah, Chato can. They have to just DM me them, obviously, so the others can't see them. That's... goalkeeper's usually not very good with this, but there's also Jean-Christophe Dupont. Tackling could be anywhere from good to fucking excellent. We'll take a bit of that. Any in here? Villemin? Worth a look, I suppose. Stan Lazaridis. Elliot Andre. Yeah, just send me them on Discord. Obviously, it'll have to be private so other people can't see it. But yeah, I'm happy to. Saves me work. Just send me the screenshot like I do. Or just tell me the player off it. Honestly. Yeah, Peru's not one I really looked at before, but you're right. We should have a look at Peru. Part-time there. I think it'd be weird if we found any up here. So this was the other guy. He's a centre-back, you know. I think we get him. I forgot he was a centre-back. He's actually really good. I think we go for him. Crazy Watcher, thank you very much for the follow. And as a punt. Exactly, you're right. Ask his agent first. Yeah, easy done. For some reason, I think it's because... Yeah, we're definitely getting him. And because he's free. He might join us immediately, because we asked him in the window, aren't we? We'll squad player for him. Really bad consistency. Irrelevant. People, as always, people put way too much emphasis on consistency. We want 3.5, so that means we can hit him with a nice sort of... I should be able to get an extension on him, actually. If I hit him with a relegation release clause too. Okay. It's because of the wage rise. I think I should still be able to get this. I might just have to push it a bit more. He's unlikely to get a Belgium cap soon, right? I do want an extension. Oh, no. Wrong button. Ooh, okay. Agent's fairly patient, so we've got time. Squad view. Yeah, so there's loads of different views and filters I have now. I need to make like a pack that just has all that stuff in it. Like the description for tonight's video is going to be like 3 pages long just because of all the different things I referenced and linked to during it. Did I just take that off again? I'm an idiot. Fuck it. You know what, buddy? If you're so excellent, then go for this deal. There we go. Lovely. Remember, they can still be playing these players. Although, actually, if they are still playing, I suppose it kind of... Yeah, it would have been much easier, I guess. Cameroon second nationality? Possibly, yes. I think... Let's go back to him. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, he's one we looked at. What's basically happened with him is that when I first found him, he was like, okay, he was decent, but he's actually developed a little bit since then. And they've obviously still got these two knocking about, but he's obviously a goalkeeper, and the goalkeepers are less reliable in these. And there's obviously Noah Schmidt, who we looked at before, who's fairly solid, but we were stacked out their arse in left backs. Academic references. Yeah. Literally, it's going to reference 3 videos, loads of views. I still need to think of a name for that tonight. But yes, tonight there will be a video. It's about the Brazilian scouting method. So I'm trying to get better at actually just putting out videos when I have the ideas instead, rather than putting them on a list and forgetting about them. Let's have a little look. Does he have second nationality? Cameroon, you're right, yep. Oxford, I prefer Harvard, actually. Right, so what was the lookup? It was Croatia. While we're here, then. And I want to have a look at Peru as well. Right? Croatia can be a bit weird with these. Although, there is a guy, Dinko Smakash. Smakash! Check out your Brazilian. I don't know if we can do that. Like, I don't want to get banned. Yeah, so I was calling him Smakass. Oh, there's a couple more. Smack that ash. We've got Robert Anicic. Left back. God, they're always left backs, aren't they? Wow, look at his form. Oh, I see, Ross. For some reason, I thought we were still talking about something else. That's my bad. Yeah, I'll think it's like... I actually had ChatGPT. I shit you not. Write me titles for it earlier. And you know what? It didn't even do an awful job. Like, not... They're obviously not like ones I'd use directly as they are, but it gives you ideas that you can then use for other stuff, basically. Like, I wouldn't actually use any of these. They're not particularly good titles, but they at least give you little ideas of way of phrasing stuff. Because firstly, you don't want to put things like Brazilian in the title, because you want to leave a little bit of mystery. There has to be an element of mystery in order to make someone actually click the video in the first place. Which is why I called the Belgian one, This League is a Goldmine. I didn't say the Belgian League is a goldmine. Because if you give away the... you have to at least give a person a reason to click in the first place. Mcock, thank you for the year.
Only 1 year? I feel like I have known you for a lifetime.
Maybe that's a signal of just how, like, draining it is to be around me, Mcock. Visiting the favelas to pick up a young talent. 3 juicy wonder kids in your area. Do you know what? That's actually something to do with that. Could actually be a very good title. I've been on Dwight York. Well, I can't do it now, can I? Ivanovic could be solid. Who? Hang on, I'm an idiot. I don't see a guy called... Hang on, am I reading that right? Ivanovic. I thought there's 2 Saleta Sars in there. Where's Ivanovic? Oh, that guy. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Yeah, he's on a youth contract, though, so he's not like a free transfer. It ruins the magic. A couple more guys in there, and I think there's going to be unlikely to be any... Wow, there actually was one. Oh, he's one of the ones we already looked at, though. Gugets. I mean, he's good, don't get me wrong. But, damn. I quite like the... You could do hot wonder kids in your area. Comment worthy, I've forgotten an idea. Oh, shit. Was it Jarju? Was it the Jarju situation where he was trying to leave to go to a different club? He was complaining about playing time whilst getting the amount of playing time he was wanting. Oh, we're getting to it, Marvel Bracer, don't worry. The Croatia one was the next one. Or was the first one before it? Let's see. I think it was that one, wasn't it, Alice? Yeah. Romania, if I recall, I've never seen any non-contract players in here whenever I've looked in the past. Yeah, no. Croatia, for whatever reason, Romania doesn't really work that well with this specific setup. Obviously, when you go deeper, you can find stuff. But they're not actually usually in the national teams. Weirdly, you have more success with nations like France, or even France. See? Amateur. That was the guy I scouted earlier for us. Irving Cavalier. It's weird that you see those in the French squad, but not in the others. I think he was the only one I noticed. I don't think there were any more. No. Rivier's still knocking about, though. Spain occasionally has some as well. With the setup. England rarely does. I think it's just because of the contract situations in certain countries are better for... Well, I say better. Worse for us. Germany and Austria. Austria might actually be a good shout. Germany sometimes have a couple, but they're mostly youth contracts. That's America, isn't it? Yeah. Austria usually have a couple knocking about. Let's do a bit of that. That's Austria Vienna, Matt. Close enough. The US, rarely. And the problem with the US is you get the stupid contract system where you can never tell what their actual contract is. There you go. Daniel Ulig. Plays for Salt Hill. Aren't they? Cool. African nations, there's a lot of them, but you'd be surprised how few there actually are that work with this system. A couple of part-timers there. Wow, that's actually surprisingly bad for Austria. Switzerland, I think, was spelt differently. Spelt correctly. Oh. Wow, what the hell? Switzerland, you're okay. Aha! There's 2 chaps. Hugo Verli. And then Lars Valder. Oh, he's just not very good, is he? Mexico, I did find one guy one time. There was a guy, I can't remember his name was, but I did find one. Oh, yeah, Peru. Actually, before we go to Mexico, Peru. Because you said that worked really well for you. So let's try Peru. Albania, don't know. Was a guy called Gladwin Chitolo? I hope so. No. 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 Ah, that's unfortunate. No Peru. That's true. Palau. Ooh. Brad Hallett's birthplace. Okay, one sec. Senior minimum, part-time, youth contract, full-time. Yeah. Portugal occasionally, yeah. There was a part-time guy in Portugal. Turkey, I think Turkey doesn't have any, if I recall correctly. Distinct lack of Monterey. So this is Brad Hallett, and his birthplace is Toronto, Ontario. Hopefully that... countries got loaded in. I have no leagues loaded in other than Hungary, but I have the top division players from every single country. So that's Brad Hallett, if that is the correct one. Wait. No, that's not a real player, is it? Is this the player, or is there another Brad Hallett that I'm just ignoring? Because this is a regen. Oh, he's the right one. Okay, cool. Phew. So I was confused because he was a regen. But he has actually got a cap for Canada already. Incredibly. Oh, that's where you saw him, maybe. Have a look at Portugal. Don't forget, we can always try the other, not the other method so much as the one with the filter instead. This is only players that would actually get into the national team squads, and sometimes, you know, you're just simply not going to find those types of guys. There you go. There's one. Non-contract. Schwarz at Tirsense. But yeah, Portugal's usually pretty tough. How's it Chitolo? There he is. Gladwin Chitolo. Summerfield Dynamos. What a great name. Yeah, Turkish players are almost always on like proper pro contracts, and they're also very expensive. Youth caps to the search filter. That only implies the youth caps don't apply to all the squads though, so it kind of doesn't work properly. If SI could be bothered to put in the right filters, it would. Basically, with the filters, it only lets you look at under 19 and under 21, even though most European squads now have 23, 20, 19, and 18. So you miss out on half the, like 60% of the players doing it like that. And that would also only get players that had actually been capped for those nations at that level and weren't just in the squads. A couple of amateur guys here. Jumping reach is extraordinary, so that's certainly worth it. It's because there's change into this year, basically. There's more squads available, but they haven't updated the filters yet. He looks like he might be quite good as well, actually. Chijioke. Holy shit. Flair play Nigeria. Unlikely to see in the air. I think that's... Yeah, that B team's never got players in it, unfortunately. Ukraine never has contracts. Interesting. Let's see. Full-time. 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 About that. They clearly do. Youth contracts are still contracts. You'll still have to pay through the nose to get those kinds of players. Unfortunately. Uruguay. Boom. I found that South America, it's very difficult to find players that actually fit this. There you go. Augustine. Goalkeepers, though, are usually much worse. It's always keepers that you'll notice before any other players. Like, I would almost disregard goalkeepers when you find them in these methods, to be honest. When you say Uruguay's kind of good, do you mean in the national teams themselves, or like just using the actual filter? Because that's the difference. We can obviously look through the filter as well, but remember, it's not been that long since we last used it, and thus getting new players to generate. Serbia definitely doesn't have any. I can almost guarantee you there won't be any in Serbia. Youth contract, under 19, under 21, yeah, full time. Serbia is almost always full time, or youth contract, which is still full time in a way. The filter. Okay, we can have a look for that then. Yeah, Serbia's really bad for it, for that specific thing. They never go in the national team in Serbia. Or not in this save or any other save I've looked at so far anyway, I should say. I'll do that. Clear that. Let the game do what the hell it's doing. In fact, I haven't got it on autosave, so we'll just save that there. Luxembourg is no point. Luxembourg probably will have some players, but they won't be good. Because the only good players that Luxembourg generally produces come through at Swiss sides for the most part, and they're usually on pro deals. Just make sure I've got autosave on. 3-file auto roam, save that, boom. Oh. Yeah, it was a pretty bad game, wasn't it, James, honestly? Ireland, I find, is the similar kind of issue. Let's just load in. Okay, before we go back... Oh, no, we can do Greece through this method. Hey, Ewan! Egypt was surprisingly bad. Right, so we want non-contracts. Cool. That's the one. Go advanced. And then we want to load that. Then let's just check Belgium while we're here, I suppose. It's worth having a little look, just in case. Yeah, a lot of the Egyptian clubs have a lot of money. So that kind of... oh, hang on, wrong filter. One sec. Let me get the amateur filter up. Amateur final. There we go. Okay. So that we can just filter it by the number of appearances properly and see if there are any newbies in here that might be worth looking at, potentially. Michaud? Yeah, you really do, Lord Rich. It's just because whenever I'm doing any kind of testing stuff, I have to turn it off, otherwise it'll overwrite shit. Amateur Plus. Amateur Plus is basically... You'll understand why if you watch the video later. Amateur Plus is just amateur, but it has the contract expiry date, wage, and transfer value on. So I was using it in the Brazil video to demonstrate that the players' values were all 0, but they still had high wages, and that their contracts weren't like expiring in 6 months. So I was trying to demonstrate that. So I made like an extra view that just showed that sort of information off. It's useless for this, but in the Brazil one, it's kind of useful, I guess. Amateur, everyone loves Amateur Plus, mate. I've seen those statistics. Umberto Pfeiffer. These guys are always worth a look, right? What a great name. With that alone. I know why. It's because I'm an idiot. That's why. We looked at Yvonne Williams before, didn't we? And then there's Gudens. He's slightly... Oh, he's 19, actually. No. There's Adam Grosjean from Dessel Sport. Don't know if I've clicked that or not. There we go. Supersized amateurs. Who are you, Morgan Spurlock? There's old Greg Evans. He's always knocking about. Let me just quickly remove the knowledge is most 0, just in case any random... Yeah, the only guy that's actually any good that we've kind of ignored is Omga, which we're going to get. I love that it's, oh my god, bar. So we'll get you back on that. Right, okay, let's go to Greece first, since that was the next suggestion. We can go back and revisit some others as well. One player in the whole of Greece. It's one dude. It's Konstantinos Vlachos. Solid passing. Fuck it, we'll give him a go, although he is 19, so that kind of puts him a little bit off the end of the spectrum for what we're looking for. So it's the only dude in Greece that meets those requirements. Now let me have a look at Peru. I guess part of it will depend on my scout. 47 guys. Okay. Knowledge levels are a bit shit here, though. That's a problem. So it's going to be tougher for us to make an informed decision about some of these guys. Used to be a group. Did they? Oh, they had a Wiley Degler. Jude Wiley is a great cert. What? Oh, he's American, of course. Jude Wiley. It's Wiley Jude. Ivory Coast could do. I'll have a look through here first. Just see if there's anyone that stands out. I'm just looking for colour clumps. You know the drill. Any sort of vaguely interesting colour clumps. Like this guy's got a few that might be interesting. Many signings today. We made like a loan signing of Lukembade Tabu. But that was only because we were worried about losing Jarji. Yeah, I don't think Peru's got much, honestly. No one that really makes me go, ooh, okay. Huacha? Yeah. Russia could definitely not work. That doesn't even seem to produce... Their squads don't even have players in. South Africa. We'd do Ivory Coast, actually. But just try Ivory Coast. That's Europe, Matt. You always do this. Africa. Is it under Ivory Coast or Cote d'Ivoire? Oh, okay. 75 players. Holy shit. Okay. Basically, they have passport, yeah, from what I can tell anyway. Mali. I don't find that many good players from Mali, honestly. Not very often, anyway. Occasionally. And maybe a bit there. Mohamed Konate. No, obviously, there are... Yeah, he might have a bit of quality. To be fair. I'm having to peer around my microphone to make this work. Just looking for little clumps. Mohamed Diaby. It's a common name. US could work. Maybe. Sorry, I can't do them all at once. Wedichel Fongo. Peer. You got to peer around your mic. Don't want to get it wet. Yeah. Yakubu Sumahuro. Maybe. Costa Rica was brilliant. Remember, we signed 2 guys from Costa Rica. Specifically for that. So there's definitely quality there. Let's just have a look at the US. Yeah, because of the contract rules in the US, the players don't have non-contract and amateur. They have, like, stupid shit that... It's kind of a bit... Yeah. You can still get non-contract players, but they won't be based in the US. They'll be Americans based in other countries that... Yeah, because of the way the contract system works. What else? Let's have a look at Costa Rica, actually. See if they've got any newbies. Japan can be weird on FM, because even with the name... oh, hello. With the fixes, it can sometimes still be a bit weird. He's okay. Michael Gamboa, 19 annoyingly, but he's interesting. Aussies are good because you can often get the CF, what were they? You know, the CU Academy. That's what they used to be called, something else, didn't they? Eric Ramirez, Porras, Andreas Porras. Hope he's not too porous. Honduras, I didn't see any good guys. I didn't see any good ones in Honduras when I looked, but that might just been luck, potentially. FFA, yeah. FFA COE. Oh, Alan Ruiz. Hello. He's intriguing. Was there a Mario Chinchilla in there? You'd love to see it. Herman Bonilla as well. These guys are a bit more... His physicals look a bit naff. Just got to cast a wide net. We've got wide scouting for the whole season anyway, so we can kind of take our time with it. Kevin Sanchez. Hey, Joe Dinosaur. Let me just check. I'm just picking random ones off the top of my head what I remember seeing in chat now. Let's just check Honduras, just in case. Bear in mind, if any of these guys are in their national teams as well, they will still show up in this same filter anyway. So we're not missing anyone by like using this. All in Mejia. Oh no. Yeah, probably there with Morales. Maybe he's probably not going to be very good, but it's worth a little look. Darwin Hernandez. Nah. Yeah, but it's not solely down to youth rating. Remember, youth rating is obviously important, but not the be-all and end-all. It's also about the way they structure contracts. Let's have a look at Egypt. 21 guys. You never know. I guess we kind of do know. Paraguay, I think it's very unlikely. You'll get like a lot of players, but you probably won't find any... Hello? David Mencia? Worth a scout, maybe. North Korea will absolutely yield nothing. But it is funny. actually, do we have like better knowledge of... By the way, Liverpool have started hiring scouts again. So we're actually getting more scouting knowledge again. I had a little look the other day, and they've actually started bringing... They've started to recruit again. Paredes. Like, there's a lot of players in Paraguay. They're just not of good quality. Either that or our scouting knowledge is just piss poor, of course. Argentina might be a worthwhile look as well, actually. Yeah, not that much there. Right, let's have a look at Syria, because that was actually a request. And I'll get to the other one in a second. Stefan Holmstrom. Really? Ooh. Intriguing. Aziel. Syria. 66 guys. Holy shit. Quantity, at least. Quality's probably not going to be there. Every stream is counting. Yeah, I just have to sort of balance it, you know? It's just important to know that people obviously like different things. But I do like doing this sort of scouting too. But I like to try and... The reason I like to have that, a lot of that stuff done in the transfer window streams is just because I know that that's like, people then know what they're getting, and also people that are really interested in that sort of stuff won't miss stuff too. Yeah, it looks like it's just like the quality just isn't there at the moment. Kashazbar is a superb surname. He could rock the Kashazbar. That's enough for me to want to get him, but doesn't appear to be that great, sadly. Norway. Norway often have. We could look at the Dutch league too, because you know what other Dutch is. Oh, here we go. Okay. That's exactly it, Anarith, yeah. But remember, the way we're looking at these guys, a lot of them have played... they take a little... They don't just... You know, they take a while to actually reach this, because they have to play 25 times first. But you're right, it still will have the same effect. There's this guy, Anders Dokken. He's a bit of an interesting one. Plays for Il Express. That's what they call an ambulance in Norway. In case you wanted to know. It's actually called the Il Express. They go very, very fast. Jovanovic. He's already transferring. Who's he transferring? Damn it. He's actually okay. Is that a Hungarian side? No, it's Polish side. All the Il Express. We've looked at Storm Brudvik before, haven't we? Because I went, yes, look at the name. Bear in mind, this is World Cup winning Norway as well. So, like, yeah, none of this hook-hoos rubbish. I know that's a hospital, but still. It might be Swedish, actually, now I think about it. Sike Transport. Utterly impressed with this. I'm extremely impressed with myself. You know the rules. Sander Lautung. Raymond Nejevic. Hey, he's not bad. Intriguing. Norway, there's some better quality in Norway, at least for that. Prince FM, thank you for the follow. Let's have a little look at Lebanon. I think we're very, very unlikely to get any players of note. 43 players, though. Amazing. I guess with them being a slightly lower ranked nation, you find that there's more players, but they're not good because some of the clubs might actually just be completely amateur, potentially. There's Ali Matar. Great heading on him. I always like the Lebanon badge. I like their flags. A solid flag. Oh, hello. Oh. I genuinely have not seen the first name Jihad for a while. But this is Jihad Elrich. Huh. The more you know. Whenever I see the surname Elrich, all I can think of is the former Fulham player, Ahmad Elrich, who was an Australian international. I believe he might have been of Lebanese descent, actually. And I believe he was arrested for gun crimes. No, he didn't, Littorino, in the end. In the end, we were knocked out of the Champions League groups by virtue of a head-to-head between two teams that we didn't play against. Because it's totally fine. And nothing is broken about it. I love that Jihad... Is that just a name? Is that a common name in Lebanon? Because I don't see any other guys called Jihad. USS Eldridge. We're going to try and make up... What was the Philadelphia experiment? Was that when they were going to time travel a boat? I forget. Hey, Fred. Some okay physicals on Mohammed Issa here. Friend's dad is called Jihad. Oh, fair one. Potential stars. We're signing one of kids. Yes, to an extent. But bear in mind, the reason we haven't got any potential stars on this screen is because these are all players... It's set to filter players... to show us players we haven't already scouted, so we wouldn't have any potential stars. So it's a waste of time having them on this screen because it means we can shove more other stuff, you know. But yeah, I think Particularly when the player's fully scouted. It's usually a good sign, right? Yeah, wow. That was quite a surprise little trip there. Netherlands. You get loads in the Netherlands, but Tune Offerman. Okay. Now we're talking. Tune Offerman. I would like to Offerman a contract. That is much more like it. Den Haag. Yes. Lovely. 87 appearances. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Why are we waiting? We just punt right now, don't we? Den Haag have a lot of this. We've noticed this in the past. Yeah, even on that kind of money, he's fine. Because he's a lovely... he can pass, but he can also tackle. And he's got no jumping reach, so he will not be playing in the defense. But he can play in both of those positions. He's 19, though, which is annoying. Alright, fringe player. Jesus, man just loves hair. He's Dutch, so that's... Okay, he's got quite a bit. But he is Dutch. He has the benefit of being Dutch. I don't want to give him a boat clause because reasons. I've just decided on that one there randomly. I don't know why. Ronnie Louisville. What a great name. Ah, born in Apeldoorn. Glorious. Any more? Oh, hello. Ingo Burke. Kosovan. Wow. Doesn't even have a face. Yeah, I find that Den Haag are brilliant for this. There's another club I used to get a lot of free people from as well, and I can't think who it was. But Den Haag, particularly, there's a lot of players they just never give contracts to. We signed a lot of players like that in the last save, didn't we? Tony Boyma? Nah. At least we've got more knowledge of it. It might have been Venlo, actually. You're right. Hulsbosch? Nice. It must have been their amateur affiliate, surely. Was there a guy called Donny? Noah Pronk? I love Dutch names so fucking much. They are just wonderful. In every... Hello, Ronaldo Mackenzie. Of Guyana. I think I've scouted him before, but I don't even care. His name's Ronaldo Mackenzie. Vincent Havertong? Yes, Netherlands. Show me your goods. Oh, there's Amy Alamassi. He's very determined, is old Amy here. Bit of quality. Konstantin Hocker. Lovely. Can we see his finishing? Well, you can see the finishing on here. So, for example, this guy here has okay finishing. Mohamed Vandermeer. But like, I show the reason this is set up to show like key technical. So it has crossing and dribbling for your wide players. It has first touch finishing technique for strikers and forward players. Heading, marking, tackling for defenders. And just other stuff. And then passing for most midfielders. And then here it does the same thing. So most key attributes will be displayed on this screen. That's the idea between it. Mert Elmas. Oh, hello. He's quite interesting as well. Dick Corneliuson. Bo de Jong. Great work. It gives us the temp polls. Rick. Oh, I thought it said Rick the Large. Damn it. There's loads of Ricks here. Ooh. Jerome Michel. They're all 19, annoyingly. Really would like to find some that are a bit younger than 19, just because the homegrown thing. Here we go. There's an 18 there. Oral pap. Chat. If the doctor asks you for an oral pap, you worry. Oh, he's Romanian. That's kind of sick. How about you? Actually, Felix Okarike. He's intriguing. We could have Kaidi Janku. We could have Janku and Jarju. The other Pronk has popped up as well. We've also got Jordi Coops. Just, fucking love the Netherlands. And just Ethan Morgan in the middle. But he's Australian. So that would be explaining why. Let's just check Slovenia. Slovenia are one of the nations, along with Serbia and that don't have them in their national teams. But that doesn't mean they don't exist. They're just not often... yeah, you won't get a large quantity of them. And when you do, they won't be particularly good. For whatever reason. Was there a guy called Puck Besselink? Oh, does it actually... I suppose it means DeLong, doesn't it, I guess? I thought it was DeLarge when I first saw it. Hey, Rick. Look at us going down a rabbit hole. We would never. Dong one song. Hang on, let me get off of this. Sorry. I'll do this other lookup. Sorry, I was trying to keep things on the... home... 4.5 stars the lowest you would go to, or 5 stars minimum in terms of scouting. How do you mean? like in terms of like potential, or because I would go to like 4 stars honestly, because it depends on what you're trying to do. Like we've signed plenty of players who had like 4-star potential in this. In fact, sometimes less than that, because if they've got good CA and good quality. Oh, funny you say that, Hadrian, right? I actually did some tests. I think 4 stars is better than 3 stars. It means that if you set it to 4 stars, I did with some on last Friday. I ran a load of recruitment tests, and I noticed that when you did it with 4 stars instead of 3, you still got a nice chunk of players, but you got rid of some of the detritus that flooded your scout reports with shit. So I think 4 stars might actually be the correct one. A capybara mug for sale. It's the only bit of merch I currently have. This is where Half pops up and berates me. Fantasy PL5, thank you for the follow. So yeah, he was he's part Swedish but was born in Montevideo. Dong Won Song. Surely that's. There he is. Plays for he's one of the players from that list. Plays for ONS Sneak. Or it's probably pronounced Sneck. No, Stefan Sneck. Love that. But the question is, South Korea, of course. It was always going to be South Korea, let's be honest. Okay, right. Where was I going to go next? Australia. We didn't do Australia. They technically count as Asia, don't they? There we go. Might be a couple of CU Academy chappies in here, as always. Jose Santos? Nah. Sponsored by Sneak Energy, in it. Doesn't appear to be a lot. Oh, I thought that was Capilaba. Fancy a guy from Capilaba? Hold your gun, Capilaba. Hamud. Hang on. Hamoudis. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, I read that as Capybara originally as well. Ooh, Marvin Papa. He's a Kiwi. Super FM24 say building a nation. Australia with Capilaba. Wes Bannister? Difficult for him to fall down the stairs. So at least he's got, well, I know he has good balance at least. Yeah, that wasn't particularly good. New Zealand occasionally has some quality as well. That's not Asia. That's Oceania. Right, show me your Kiwis. Get your Kiwis out. Tim Smith. Boring names. Show me some good names like Danyan Debenham. Now we're talking. Thank you. Thank you and good night. That's more like it. Give me your Danyan Debenhams. John Johnston's solid too. Benjamin Gibson. Oh, hello. Reece Naylor plays for Hibiscus Coast. He's not bad. And 18. High jumping reach. Low aggression. Although, given what we saw from that fullback we signed with high aggression, maybe it's not always a good thing. Was there a guy called Michael Stalker? Great. Just what you want. Daniel Mundy. Brazilian named John Leonard. That kind of. What? And is that his like first name as well? Like where it's just like a random. Like if you go to his thing, it won't even be his name or something. His agent Samuel Sports Direct. Let's have a look at Finland. Wow, none. Finland just be like no. CU Academy. That was CU Academy. The Australians ones there were CU Academy. Well, there was a couple of Australians in there from CU Academy is what I mean. Let's just check France. There'll be loads. But sometimes they don't get in the national teams. They do play a fuckload. Like this guy. Canada will be, I imagine, almost none. Just because of the... They have a similar issues to the Americans, I think, sometimes with some of the squads contracts. Decent tackling. True. I don't think he was even trying to tackle. It looks like he was just trying to kill the guy. Stéphane Lafont. Okay, he could be the next Marty. With 300 French dudes. Ernesto Paz. Again, high aggression. Lol. Arnold. We've looked at him before, haven't we? I think. KUFM. I remember KUFM. Aren't they the team that's the Norwegian YMCA? Because we always used to make jokes about that. Abdoulaye Ndao? I thought I said Millhouse for a second then. St. Pierre and Miquelon. Oh, the big one. Just because of the flag alone. Wow, we actually know quite a lot about that chap. He's got good mentals. Also, in the Fulham game, we were good for the first half. Goal came quite against the run of play over the whole half. Although Spurs were enjoying a good spell. And then we just got off enough in the second half. We were very predictable. Even the actually, I was expecting him to bring Dan James on, and I was kind of glad he didn't, because at least Solomon got some football. Looked quite solid. It's Amy Demeanor. He looks quite good. It's all coming up Millhouse. Anthony Hill. Wanted by Zalagosek. He's already on my bloody hell. I think he's one of the ones I'd already scouted, but he looks quite interesting. Where's the first row after the name with the A? Oh, this here. It's the all-time career appearances. I'm sorting it by that because we've noticed that basically what happens is with these amateur players, some of them will have insanely high CA because they've been playing first-team football since the age of like 15. And as a result, by sorting them by this, it gives us a chance to maybe prioritize players that are going to be higher quality. In theory. It's not always the case, but we have noticed, you'll notice that a lot of the good ones tend to congregate towards the top. But they also tend to be older by that exact same metric, because in order to play all those matches, they have to have had time to play them. There's Matty's Horn. Want to watch out for that. Honk, honk. That guy there, Ugo Yakin. I also tend to look at technicals more than the physicals and mentals, because generally speaking with these types of players, because they've played a lot, their mentals and physicals develop really fast, but the technicals are the thing that sometimes lag a little bit. So if I see a player in here with a really good technical, like this little clump here, it doesn't always work out like this. But often, there's more likely to be something there, I find, than with the others. And sometimes it's just guys that have got it all. Gaitan Olhagaray, which is a cool surname. Oh. You just get more hits than misses. It's just a way of, like, trying to prioritize as much as you can, really. Salim El Hilali. What a wonderful name. Not a bad player either, too. Moroccan. We did actually find a guy out of Iceland, so it's definitely doable. Dahar Zawi. Ooh. Like that. That's nice. Also, Constant Koulibaly. Oh! Okay. He's intriguing. Constant Koulibaly. Love that. Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, 49. He's a goal every other game player. Yeah, probably not for us, but he could be a great loan farmer. It's the technical ability. It's really good. Like, you wouldn't even look amazing based on this stuff because he's not the type of striker I look for, but he'd be more than good enough to be for someone else potentially. This guy here, that's Constant Koulibaly again. What am I doing? A little bit of a scrolly scroll. Yeah, technical's looking a bit gash on him potentially. Okay, a little clump. Some really nice mentals on Thomas Charbonnel. Actually, you know what? High tackling, potentially. This view, if you do !amateur, you'll find the link to the view in the description of that video. Along with the filter I'm using as well, actually. All that stuff will be in that video. Oh, Antoine Joly. Ah. Ooh, lies. Been let down by you. Remy Ranou. Interesting. It could happen. No, seriously, at some point, bear in mind, every single one of these players is free. That's the thing about this. Every single player we're seeing would be free. And they wouldn't want a lot of money either. Remy Lanfont, great heading again, but actually quite well rounded elsewhere, but no finishing ability, sadly. Oh, hello, look at this guy. Rida Seba. High passing, high vision. Lovely. Good stuff. Jerome Andre. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Sometimes you get players like this where mentally and physically they're really well developed, but they've just not quite got the technical ability there yet. Maybe he's worth a scout, but he's less likely to be as good as some of the others that have got good technicals. Amateur teams, they must, but you know what? It's their fault for being amateurs. If they turn professional, none of this would have happened to them. Although sometimes this does happen at professional sides as well. Alexis Mason. Ooh, Karim Treater. High finishing. Physical's lacking, though. Okay, that's fine. We'll do Iceland next. Oh, hang on. Michael Stalker. It's going good, Rob, honestly. Apart from the part where we were knocked out of Europe by things outside of our control, but it is what it is, right? So this is Michael Stalker. What's his, finishing like? Very low, which is honestly what you want. Sad little Belgian FM streamer crying because Matt is the PSG poaching all this. I know. I feel so sorry. I'm so sorry. All the Belgian FM streamers. I'm trying to think of Belgian FM related. Wasn't Jenk Belgian? Jencaldo. His face is good for a stalker. The only good face for a stalker is no face. Iceland. someone at Pog's work was proper creepy towards one of her colleagues, to the point where he would like be showing up outside her house and shit like that, and like all sorts of... Pog will have to explain, but it's fucking creepy as fuck. 18... Any Samoans? Probably not. I mean, there will be, but they'll all be... There'll be probably like 100 of them, but they'll all be shit. If you play better, you would have qualified. True, but my point is that it's still annoying to lose to teams that did nothing. As in, they had no reason to finish above us. Was it Mike? Yes, it was Mike. It was not Mike, obviously. Franz is an interesting furname. Furname, it's a furname, chat. Because he's a furry, apparently. Alfonso Lentini. What a name.
Bring on the Flugelheim.
An Icelandic Italian. Alfonso Lentini. That's brilliant, because if he has children in Iceland, they'll be called Alfonsoson. Imagine that. You get a new kid who's called Franz Alfonsoson. I'm a huge fan of that waiting to happen. Bit of yoga to just chill things out a little bit. Unless ED7 has his way. Oh, just win, innit? To be fair, I think we're super unlucky in general. Why do I think I got no search result in Finland? Because there were no players that met the requirements. I.e., there were no players that were playing regularly that were at amateur clubs and had amateur contracts, basically. Not every nation. Some nations have more strict contract rules. Second yellow card. Oh. Alfonso Dotter. I'm looking forward to that. Oh. Yeah, no, we were just a bit unlucky if you think about it with our Champions League results. Last minute goal against Bayern, which was nonsense, but then so was our goal. Against Porto to concede twice in second half stoppage time as well. We could have had a lot more points. And that's a hell of a good result considering it was our first season in Europe in the Champions League. So I'm pretty happy with it. The fact that we even came that close. A bit of Ghana. Okay, 67 guys in Ghana. Maybe. No worries, Jan. How's it going, friend? Part of it will come... David Uwusu. Okay. It's not Unwusu, so we're fine. Oh, he's got some nice... Okay, Ernest Addo. There could be something there. Maybe. With someone like him. I hope you're keeping well, friend. Eric Dankwa? Maybe? Moving around. You'll love to see it. I wish I should just... I might go for a run tomorrow, chat. Just cause, you know? Just bloody cause. Yeah, Adrian. Oh, God, I remember that. Yeah. Go on, John. Hey, it's still lovely to see you, friend. Somalia Achimp. Ooh, okay. It was a very decent showing. I think on another year, we already looked at Croatia, I think. Or was that when we were doing the other method? I don't want to spend too long on this. Axelson. Maybe? I can't remember. Yeah, it might... It was one of the early loanees, wasn't it? I can't remember who exactly it was. 18 players in Croatia. Okay, that's worth a look, actually. Hello, Pashko Kavelj. Also, look at this guy. Ivan Budamir's got He's got 1.5 stars of rep. Why does he have so much rep? Who are Nashk? They're like a 4th tier side in Croatia, so why has he got such high rep? He's not in any of the youth teams. Intriguing. There's Igor Topic. Oh, Croatia looking poggy. I'm excited to get that other guy, though. I'll give you a scout too. Okay, this guy looks like he could be good. Pashko Kavelj. He is intriguing. He's very intriguing. I like him a lot. Yeah, he got very similar content. Speaks a lot slower, though. Weird, that, isn't he? Maybe he was on Love Island. Nah, now you're talking. Dinko Smakash? Oh, no, we're already looking at Smakash, because he was the guy that's in the under 18 squad, isn't he? And I know it's not pronounced Smakash, but I'm going to call him that because, obviously, I'm going to. Valter Stasic? It's a bit there. Croatia didn't have a lot of players, but they did have some quality in there, to be fair. Let me just... Oh, yeah, I checked Serbia. Serbia Montenegro chat. They only have, like, a few players, and usually they're not that great, although... How on earth could you put me on 1.5? I feel like I already speak at a level that even someone with ADHD could understand. Ivan Yankovic, hello. Right, I'm going to leave that there for now so we can play some matches. But just think, chat. Probably Sunday, my guess would be. Transfer window stream. Lots more of that. But with all the youth intakes that will have happened, lots of new players. Oh, it's going to be sexy. Transfer window streams on a Sunday are just something else. So Benson's gone as well. We must be like well over 30 players on loan now. Yeah, hopefully by Sunday, chat, I might even have some updates on that. You never know. I mean, I can't imagine the update will be much beyond either here's a referral or something, or no, you're fine, just exercise more or some shit, and I'll be like, right, cool, private it is. Club region Scandinavia, yeah, actually, yeah, I don't mind doing regions when as long as the youth intake prediction was dreadful. It's the first bad youth intake prediction we've had all save. The only reason I don't like doing regions is because sometimes it can involve a lot of nations that aren't producing good players, and we know they won't, and it will flood them with those, so it makes it harder to look through. But with sections that only contain countries that generally produce all right players, like Scandinavia, that would make sense, yeah. But, for all we know, we'll get the next Ferenc Pushkas in this one, potentially. 2.8 speed, that's mad. Most of the podcasts I listen to are like 1.4 to 1.6 speed. Occasionally, I'll watch YouTube videos on 2 times when I'm watching like Erica Steps doing his NASCAR news updates. I just want to get that shit in quick. But every time I put one of his videos on, Pog always just goes to me like that, basically. So airing through the middle. I wonder if we'd have done better against Benfica had we had Josef Ehring, because he's just that little bit better. Well, at least we don't have to worry about Europe, I suppose. Now we can concentrate on trying to win the damn league. Oh god, Regan Booty. Well, we know what's about to happen. And we did actually offer a lot of contracts, if you recall, so we're going to find out what's going to happen with those too. And now we get a set of matches where we can finally sort of see if this tactical tweak is actually going to work. Yeah, I find that with anything related to like newsy sort of stuff, it's faster the better for me. When it's more like stuff that requires me to listen, like interview podcasts, I listen to them a little bit slower. So like if I'm listening to like Diary of a CEO or something, I think I only have him on like 1.2 speed. Here's one with Jesse Lingard the other day. It was really interesting. Really interesting. Okay. This is a straight from the kickoff. Is this still on like extended highlights or some shit? No, right? Because I played some of the off-stream games on extended so I could get an eye on the tactic a little bit more, and that's why I decided to make those changes. I use Podcast Addict. I've got a pro subscription to it because I feel like it's the best one of them. It has a lot of features that only someone who's as neurotic as me would care about. So things like, well, I don't know if this is, it's probably fine that they are in some of the others, but I'm stuck in my ways now. So things like custom, oh, hang on, Airing's already in, and it's 1-0. I haven't listened to the Moyes one yet. It's still on my list. Yeah, it has like custom speeds for different podcasts, but it also has a smart custom priority list. So basically, you can assign any podcast a number, any number you like actually, and it will always, when you add them to your playlist of like next to listen, it will put them in order of the numbers that you set. So that way you can have, like I have like current event stuff with like number 1, so that way they always go to the top, so it's never out of date. And then like longer shit like Dan Carlin's Hardcore History goes at the very bottom in number 5. That way, it's at the bottom of the list. It's not really date relevant, and it will come up at the very end. Shit like that kind of extra control is one of the things I really, really like about Podcast Addict. That and it gives you like podcast listening stats, but they all do that, don't they? I did. I'm not a real gamer, Hadrian. You know me. That was the worst free kick I've ever seen. Are we about to score from this? Because it feels like we might. Right, Pereira finds Novak. Right, this is... I want to see if we score a couple of goals of the type that I've been talking about in this game. Right, Sagdal. Right, now he should find Novak again when he gets into that channel. Ah, nearly. A seeding system that works. Ah, it's so good. Because it just gives you so much control. Novak locks it down. Ehring! That's going to be offside, I think. But nice. Love to see that. Manually do that. Yeah, so basically the way it works is every podcast, when you go into like the... Oh, shit. Am I on the right internet for this? Yeah. So... on your main podcast page, you like right click on it or like long press, and then you can assign it a number. And then when you go to your actual playlist itself, it orders them in the order of that priority, and then it uses like second tertiary sorting after that. So it'll do firstly priority order, then it will do like date or download order. You can set it all up manually. It's amazing. I love having as much control as possible so I can listen in my own weird neurotic way, basically. I think it's now downloading an episode and it's going to cost me frames. Oh no, we're fine. Yeah, thank you very much for the follow. So good at spotting offsides. It's to do with things like the way the players react and the way the game camera moves and shit like that. There's all sorts of ways to notice it. Oh, Aries got a knock now. Brilliant. I know, imagine if they did it with the squad planner. It would be so sick. I actually spoke to someone about this, as in someone that matters about this. So we'll see. We will see. Novak, he's in. Right, will he square it? No, and honestly, in that situation, that's fine. That's not offside, is it? M99, thank you for the follow. Using an FM version of podcast in it. Disallowed? Really? Huh. Yeah, I've just played too much of this game. You pick up the patterns, right? And it wasn't Mike. Ah, yeah, he's offside, yeah. Yeah, he's offside. So, yeah, I can't always tell. But strongest start. But this is the thing. We've only had 3 shots, but we've created, like, nearly half an XG of chance-worthy. And they're good chances. And we've had a couple that were offside as well that would have been good chances too, had they counted. That's the difference in this new tactical style. We have less shots, but they're way better. And I much prefer that. We're going to end up doing to other teams what teams have done to us in the past, I suspect. But we will see. 1 eccentricity. Oh, perfect. It's the dream, right? Suddenly can I play? Weirdly, no, because airing actually has comes deep to get ball as a trait. I'm trying to get rid of it, but... Oh, dear. So he will actually end up dropping a lot deeper than you'd expect. I'm still not going to make him a poacher, though, because I actually really like him as part of the build-up. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I still like using him as part... One of the things you'll often notice about him is that you'll see like the ball come down to him, he'll drop it off, then spin in behind. To quality. Yeah, I feel like that's what I'm trying to go for. Plus, I'm sick of us seeing us miss chances and having players shooting to the side netting, so I figured I'd take actions into my own hands, you know? But look at that. Not a huge number of shots, but much, much higher. We've had games where we've had this number of shots before and we'd have like 0.48 or some shit. Yeah, Airing's injured is not ideal. Let's see what the injury actually is, because he was able to play the rest of the first half. Wants to play on. What is the injury? Potential foot injury. Buddy, it's a foot. It's not like it's a wrist or something. We'll see how Owono does there, given that he's got that extra speed as well. He can make little breaks in behind. Raheem. Oh, hang on. A breakaway led by Regan Booty. His 3rd season. Oh, wow. Thank you, Regan. Beautiful. Agent Regan doing the booty business as Pereira's through. Oh, it's a good save. It's offside again. Now, obviously, we've still got to take the chances and not be as profligate as we have been, but I'm hoping that this will allow us to just get more out of our striker, because I've noticed that he sometimes gets carried in this team a lot, and this will allow him to get more chances. Right, here we go. Larkesh. So he's going to have to square this at some point. Can he drill it through? Oh, it just gets absolutely cleaned out by Funsho. I'm surprised he didn't continue catching the ball there, but whatever. We move. I've also noticed that I feel like it's allowing Effie into the game a little bit more. And despite the fact that it shouldn't affect their starting positions, I have noticed that they're making slightly different runs, it feels like. Pereira. Right, watch him. Oh, he's going to have to square this, surely. He just loses the ball. We'll try again. Right, Effie's got loads of room to pick out a pass. What a ball! Ah, right there. It's offside, probably, but exactly things like that. He would have shot before. I'm certain that he would have shot that before. And it's probably going to be offside to the point where maybe he should have shot. But it definitely does seem better. It's a goal. There you go. Exactly that. It's actually given. When this ball is played through from Effie, before, there's no way Pereira wasn't shooting before. But now, he's chose to pass it instead to Novak. It opens up the chance and creates a better opportunity. And this is what I was seeing in that friendly. Way more stuff like that. That must have been super close. Oh. You are going to risk more offsides. Potentially, yes. But the quality of goals and the quality of chances are way higher. So when we do get opportunities, it feels like we're more likely to score them. And that's way... We also get even more possession because we're not giving the ball away by shooting in inopportune places. So it allows us to be even more, like, smothering of teams in certain games. I'm going to bring Jarju on and move Diaz across. Even though he's complacent because, of course, he is his Moses Jarju. He does what he wants. And maybe Herriman's for a little bit too. Seemed to work well in the Champions League, even though we technically lost both games. But I feel like we were unfortunate to do so. Yeah, Jockey Monster is just flying. And he'll probably be in Europe next year with Uipesh. That's fine, actually. Us, Ferencváros, and Uipesh would be great. I'd like Honvi in there too. Exclamation mark on Jarju. Wait, really? Where? Where am I looking? On the chat screen, is there? I assume it's gone now. Struggling to meet pace of match. Oh, in the formation. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I think it must just be a graphical glitch.
You see this?
That's weird.
I open my own hotel.
I assume it's just a graphical glitch. Means he needs a rest, but he's only just come on the pitch. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, you're right. Mawiwa, thank you for the follow. He's adding his own warning signs. Yeah, it looks like the rest of it. It's just weird that it was showing up in the middle of the game. He's putting notes on himself. He knows what needs to happen, right? Okay, good result. 74% possession as well. We just strangled them in this game. Waited for our moments, passed them to death. Dorrington ran nearly a... Jesus. That's... I feel like it's going to make us better against worse teams as well. As long as he doesn't put one on his agent, exactly, we'll be fine. So that's good, that's good, that's good. Joaquim Tenore, by the way, just scored a brace as well for Molfeheval. We still have this chappie knocking about. Like, look at the state of him. He is ridiculously good. God damn, Tenore. If we did lose Brahim Diaz, honestly, I wouldn't even care. If... that was only like 2 days. Jesus. Wow, man of the match for Alfie Dorrington in the 2-0 win where he didn't really... he just won 90% of his headers, in fairness. Jackson Mills. Imagine if he was there. We got Rickson Miller. How'd Europe go? So we lost 2-0 to Inter in that game, despite being at least as good as them. And then, unfortunately, we lost 2-1 at home to Benfica in the second match after going ahead through Owono in a game where they were slightly better than us. However, that meant that we got knocked out, which is not too surprising. It's the fact that we got knocked out by head-to-head. Head-to-head against two teams that we didn't play against. And they finished above us by virtue of them playing each other, but didn't play against us. We had better goal differences than both of them. So, you know, usual nonsense. I'm still a bit bitter. That's going to be one match. Then there's 2 matches there. I wouldn't mind trying to win the cup this year now. I feel like we're in a position where that's kind of important now. Wednesday, Saturday. Sounds about right, yeah. We knew it would happen to us sooner or later. Like, the moment we saw that that was a possibility that you could get screwed out of Europe in that way, we knew that it was going to happen to us probably more frequently than it happens against us. But I also feel like it's one of those things that has the potential to be way worse. Keep him in the Virginia. He hasn't actually played for them yet, at least. Inter won a loan tag. Are we still in the window? Not quite yet. Flavian Moores now? On loan. I'm not going to let you join Juve on loan, you melon. Yeah, 19 headers won by one player is actually an insane amount, now that I think about it. Oh, they want Heremans now. They're after everybody. They literally want every single player. If we get through this window and don't lose anybody, particularly with how we started. Promise reminders, what? More playing time. Oh, God, not this shit again. Important player, important player. Unhappy with the amount of games. This is so busted, man. He's getting the amount of playing time that he wants. How am I supposed to up... Right, from now on... I've frozen as well, which is hilarious. From now on, Jarju is starting... This is how I feel about Moses Jarju right now, alright? This. Like, why did he even stay here if he doesn't want... Jesus Christ. Right, okay. He's going to have to play in every single match then for the rest of this... How long have I got left on the promise? 31 days. Okay, so him and Heremans are going to have to play loads. Spending more playing time. Hang on. Aren't you like a... squad play, regular starter? We can get you some more games. Just play him. Yeah, just play him more. Just play him more than I already am, which is almost all the time. He's literally plays in every single game when he's fit. He wanted to play in the national team, but I didn't have the fix. Oh, Jesus Christ. That to me should not be a thing. When the, you know, that's literally out of your control. Portia's rejected the loan. Okay. Didn't you see that our other friend no went there? Atmosphere's dropped quite a lot, actually. Let's see how we're doing. We got 31 players on loan. Ain't bad. Juicy's wage on his knee agreed. Had to make a whole new... Wow. That's kind of weird. So, Ari, are you going to come back from loan from this, like, cup anytime soon, friend? I was actually quite... Offerman! I forgot about him. We're getting Tayun Offerman. That random chap. You know what? As much as his current rating isn't great, 4-star potential is actually fairly solid for free. And they're also getting, oh my god, Bar. Yeah, he's good. He's good. That's really good business from us. Free transfer from Den Haag. Look at his mentals. Physicals are not amazing, but he doesn't have a resolute personality either. Solid passing, solid vision, solidish tackling. Marking's all right as well. Positioning's okay. He's just a nice, solid player. Good consistency as well. Good personality. I like him a lot. For free, can't go wrong with that. Yes, this is what I mean. So, we've got Sagdal and Novak will both be homegrown for next season, which is really important, as will Dele Basic too, technically. And I suspect we're going to get a lot of other guys that will count as under 21s as well. So we're going to get Ongba, rather. I want to see what this guy's going to be like. Usable or loadable, exactly. Colombian left back arrive. There was a Bolivian left back. There was a Colombian right back, but yes, they both arrived. Just check him out too. I think he's a good signing too. Like, he is fully, and he's 18. He's gonna not, obviously he won't be counted as homegrown yet, but the fact that that gives us a bit more depth now. We've got Moores, Jarju, Sikera, Omgaba, and obviously the 2 loanies as well. We still want to look for more in the summer, but that gives, and again, look at the values on these guys. He's really good. Professional personality, good on both feet, solid there, good bravery, good, really nice natural fitness too. Not the quickest, but I like him. I like him a lot. Yeah, the Colombian right back guy was okay. The John Diaz guy, I think his name was. Let me just sort by nationality. Why has it not got the... No, I can read a Colombian flag. I'm not a moron. This guy here. He was the Colombian right back. And then we also had, on the left, this guy here, Eduardo Peredo, who the only action he's taken so far in this club was to start his first game for us and be sent off for a straight red after 15 minutes. So he's still serving a suspension for that currently. But all in all, those are some good signings. And now we've got a huge one. We have a lot of right backs. Yeah. But it's great because it means we can loan farm some of them next summer. Because we've got De Silva, there's Dala, who can play both sides, so he's really useful to have around. Obviously, we've got Sagdal, we've got Diaz, we've got Mailton, technically. Loads. It's great. Weirdly, we've been finding a lot of wingbacks lately. Has potential gone up? Has it really? It was 4 stars when I looked at it before. Has it gone up to like 4.5 now? Let's have a look. Exciting. Was that Juventus guy? Oh, I thought they were extending their own player's contract. This is so great. Their draw has happened, yes. And St. Lawrence won Vota. Beautiful. You're right, it has, hasn't it? Yeah, he was like 4-star potential before. I like that a lot. Good stuff. Right, let's just get that loan for Vota is perfect. He wants to be loaned out. All right, Mailton, buddy, like, listen. I will loan you. In fact, I'll just loan him out normally. I don't care if he goes to a Hungarian side. He's not going to a Hungarian side, is he? Let's be honest. Right, ECL. Obviously, they're not in this round, so I don't think they draw the next one until, yeah, the 19th. But, I mean, hey, I think they could take a lot of these teams if they were to progress. Speaking of progression, yeah, we've earned no more coefficients today on account of losing both of them. Oh, yeah, this guy. Edwin Kurtulush. Ferencváros signing these types of chaps. That's transfer. Wait, what's transfer? What have I clicked on? Just have a look at some more of these guys, see if there's any new ones. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah, there you go. It did happen. It happened. Jordan Ayew is at Kijvada. You were right. It eventually went through. So Jordan Ayew has now joined Kijvada on £800 a week. 90 caps for Ghana, and he's now playing in Hungary. Direct from Palace as well. Saka East. Thank you very much for the follow. Lovely news. Gabriel Gori. Transfer. To be honest, if he goes out, then he goes out. I don't mind getting rid of him, but I will try and loan him out as well, unless he's going to complain now. Luka Mack as well. It's gone to Vachas. Loads of these guys, actually. Facundo Calidio from Inter to Ferencváros as well. Coffee to Újpest from Getafe. Latif Blessing, of course, we knew about. Kulicevic. Wow. I'm just loving the Hungarian team signing players. Just think what they're going to be able to do when they actually have money as well. Levi Colwell. So I did actually try to loan Colwell off stream before when I knew the whole Jargy thing was going down, but Chelsea wanted insane money to loan him. It's weird that he even show up here as like, because I guess it's because he's listed, but we can't afford to loan him. Or Robert Denzel Giant. Denzel Jr., yeah. He was going to one of them, wasn't he? I think it was Pakshi. Surprised he didn't play against us last game, actually. Make dumb decisions, possibly. But they have been signing youngsters, too. So they're clearly not all stupid. Let me just get rid of the high wage demands so we can immediately exclude anyone who wants more than 10k from this. In fact, honestly. Yeah, I'll get rid of most of those guys. That'll make our lives a lot easier. The games are going... The league stuff's going alright, Erelax. The European stuff has gone absolutely tits up, sadly. But it is what it is. That was Yashin Ayari. Was he one of the... Oh, that's the guy from... Ironically. The guy that they're getting. Well, we don't want to step in the way of that. Oh, this is Jack Smith again. God, he's really good, isn't he? Like, annoyingly good. I'm going to shortlist him because I want to keep an eye on him. You're at Milan. You're that guy. Max asking price is £700,000. He's still a B+. God damn it. I really want him, but we just can't afford him. 2.8 million, 1.8 million. Oh, there's a freebie here. Leandro. He's might be one of the kind of guys that possibly worth picking up at some point. Not sure yet. We'll keep Man United, and these guys are all like really expensive or low need. Oh, that's Borset. Yeah, he's good, but too expensive. Luis Alberto. I don't know, actually. We tend not to come up against him very often, honestly. Is he the guy that was at Napoli? Or am I thinking of someone else? Or is it Lazio? Release clause. I feel like if you had a... Then again... actually, now that I think about it... As we've already shown, agents don't seem to know what their own clients' release clauses are, do they? So... you never know. We know enough about him to know that if there was a release clause, we should be able to see it by now, right? No clauses, no nothing. Lazio play, yeah. I don't know if he plays or not. We haven't come up against Lazio or Liverpool yet. Deli Basic, is he? Oh, he's wanted. Who's he wanted by? Perfect. Spikers can have him. In fact, since we're coming to the end of the window, let me just check again on the loan list filter, because new players might now have loan offers, potentially. Yep, there we go. Maheka, Azafefa. Beautiful. Absolutely sexy. This is way more, I don't know. There just seem to be way more offers than there were before. In terms of even last year's FM. The method I used to get loan offers is even more powerful this year, I feel like, than it has been in the past. More clubs just seem to be interested in our players. Volta's going to St. Lawrence. He's going to St. Lawrence as well, potentially. Hey, Grego. In staff meetings, I get suggestions on individual training starting and stopping to players to train certain things. Is this a good thing? Honestly, I would say, De Grego, to ignore staff meetings entirely and attend them as little as possible. I think they add nothing to the game, and in addition, might actually hinder success for new players. Because I think a lot of their recommendations are actually, or actively hurt your save. For me, anyway. A lot of those meetings are utterly superfluous, and actually you'll find that they are going to cause you more harm than good, genuinely. I know it sounds incredible, but that is genuinely... I believe they were put in the game just so they could go, hey, look, it's a feature that people don't want to use or anything. It was a thing that was already in the game, but just put through a new UI. So I personally would avoid them entirely. But that's just my opinion, obviously. Any newbies in here? Deli Basic, I already offered him out, didn't I? Yeah, cool. If we get a couple of extra loans, that'd be sick. Custom-made club, so how would you be able to do this? So it can be done, Stephen. Basically, you'd have to do it by building a database, like an offline database, like normal, using the pre-game editor, adding those two clubs in, and then you'd be able to play a network game with that database. That's how you do it. It's the same way that Showdown is done. Are the goalkeeper files already? That's true. I'm certain Spartacus don't, but you're right, yeah. In fact, before we do that, I think I had a couple more lookups, didn't I? I wanted to see Ciro Immobile. He's never going to be as good as last time, that's for sure. But he is at Atletico, apparently. On a free transfer from Lazio. 20 goals in La Liga. My God. You're right, he is a goal machine. He's got 20 goals in La Liga at 36, does Ciro. Still got 16 pace. I remember when he was considered not to be that much of a fast player, but man. Yeah, he's an absolutely outrageous striker. 450 grand a week he's earning at 36 at Atletico. Only 36 goals for Italy, rather. So I don't know how prolific he's been for them, but that is still filth. What a guy. He's quite mobile indeed, yeah. Certainly seems that way. No, that makes total sense, Dogago. I turned them all off, but I realized that obviously, as a newer player, that's you want extra help. Chat, any advice here? I feel like I might be like overstepping in terms of like I think maybe I'm giving advice that's maybe for someone who, because of my experiences with the game, I'm letting that influence what I'm saying to a new player. I don't know. Help. Caffeine-free coffee beans. Nice. Oh, he thoroughly deserves the money. Like, don't get me wrong. Man deserves every bit of that. Let's see. You notice how we've not loaded anyone to Ferencváros yet? I suppose we're not in a position where they're... How did the UCL go? Poorly. Poorly. We lost both games and then went out on a head-to-head against two teams we didn't play against. The exact scenario we were worried might happen happened. Advice on certain things. Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Stuff like adding certain... Yeah. There are certain things that the staff seem to know, and there are other things that I feel like have been broken for years. And I'd say the best advice for new players... Well, actually, you'll be on that point, but, like... If you're experienced to know what you're doing, staff meetings is a waste of time because you can do better. That's the thing. I think it's like a learning curve, so that the staff meetings are like... Let's just rate this on, like, a scale of 1 to 10, right? When you first enter the game, say your experience of the game is 0, right? Staff meetings will then give you a leg up because of the knowledge of the game to like a 3 or a 4. No, maybe that's a bit generous. Like a 2 or a 3. It will give you a leg up and get you started. But then at some point, and it won't be that long, your knowledge of the game and what works and what doesn't will surpass what they're giving you in the knowledge and staff meetings. Once you hit a 4 or 5 of knowledge and you're like kind of average and adequate at it, at that point just bin them off entirely. And I put myself at like a 6 probably, if I'm being honest, on that sort of shit. And that's with like 7,000 hours in FM. But it just depends on what areas you focus in, right? Every time you explain it, you had 0.1% sass. What the ask getting knocked out of you? Oh, wait, Lavinia. Ask again. Let me get you full sass. I'm going to give it the full amount. Didn't make it to my first match. There is a lot of information, but the thing I like about FM is that you can do as little or as much as you want to by delegation. And I think that's important, to be able to delegate things to your staff. You don't even have to do scout meetings. Like, you can delegate your scout meetings to someone else and let them decide who to scout. I wouldn't advise it, but oh, look at that again. Novak with the pass. Praise consistency. Usually age does it, Schweitzer. That's true. I think at one point Ferencváros might maybe they won't have to loan any players. Maybe they'll just grow with us. That'd be even better. On the right track. Yeah. Sunny says Chief Scout does. What happened to the UCL? Oh, we go for full sass. Well, Ollie, if that is your real name, the game absolutely fucked us over 2 legs against 2 different teams, if that's even possible. And then it had the gall to knock us out of Europe by a head-to-head against 2 teams that we didn't even fucking play against. I think that's sort of about the maximum amount of sass I can give in that scenario as we hit the crossbar there. Using a DOF, actually. DOF is really good for signings early on, I found. Is that enough sass? I think I've got enough sass there, right? Hey, Dempsey. Just to clarify, everyone who's just joined, I was being sarcastic, obviously. That was a joke. They got overtaken. Do you think they got overtaken because they didn't sign them? Brahim Diaz. Yes, that is the Brahim Diaz. He's actually been here for 1.5 years now. If you go full sass, you never go back. It's true. If I went full sass, I'd start making skins for the game. And like, then you never know what would happen then. You don't have to do matches, no. Like, I won the Champions League with Dinamo Zagreb and I never played a single match. Not even with... There was a lot of flamboyance in there too. I thought I'd really go, you know, full out. I've got to give you the full amount. Particularly if you get a really good DOF like ours with Romeo Yoshak. The guy just knows his business. Man knows his beans. What can I say? Right, Larkesh. Oh, I was hoping he popped that around the side. Right, Brahim. Oh, it's a good hit. Would rather he didn't shoot from there, but it is a good hit. This year, it does feel like... I have noticed some stuff under the hood this year that does feel a lot better, but it might just be that we've got super lucky in Hungary. Second season of my first save ever. The meetings really help. There you go, yeah. No, if you're finding them basically, until you're no longer finding them helpful, keep with them, right? There's a lot of different facets of FM that takes a little while to learn. Get your DOF to do. So you know when you go into like transfers and you can ask DOF for suggestions of players specifically, and he'll give you like 3 because reasons. We've actually found some really good players with that. Occasionally he'll absolutely shit the bed and still like offer you 3 players that are on trial at your club already, but you know, got to give the guy a break. Across more often? I don't think so. Actually, it might be even part of that. I think that's built in, isn't it? Cross and byline. The issue is, I actually quite like it when they... Because basically, there's a lot of situations I find where we get our wing back out wide, and then they've got this guy, the inside forward, making a good run into the channel. If I have them on cross more often, I'm worried that they will just try and cross it instead of slipping that ball into the channel. So I'm actually quite alright with it for the moment. That's my concern with that. Because I'm never quite sure what the game considers to be a cross, more than anything. I think a lot of people have been making decisions like that, Sky, based on what happens with FM24, truth be told. Because I feel like a lot of people, I think, feel pretty let down with FM23 as far as an upgrade goes. I should probably get Larkesh off, shouldn't I, really? He's... Oh, wow, really? All right, Moses at left back it is. He can do it. The man can do the job. Yakubu, yep, that'll do. Ering's done well, actually, considering he didn't score the goal. That's early, actually. We'll just do that. The low player values does look like a bug, and they're investigating. Oh, no, I saw all about this. I see all this stuff probably before you do, because I have ways. But yes, I'm glad that, though, because I saw that Luke was finding players that should be worth tens of millions that were worth 2 million, weren't he? Mad. Okay, maybe another change here. We're beating Ferencvaros, by the way. Just going under the radar there. We're doing a good chat. Shit, I didn't start Jarju in this game, did I? He's not going to like that. Hey, Jason! I'm doing excellent, my friend. How are you? Scum scored on the UCL. Let's see. Holy shit. You scored twice in... Oh, 9-0 to Manchester City. Oh, of course, Haaland scored 4. I don't know, I'm even surprised. Yeah, I must say, my interest in FM23 is solely down to this save and the videos I'm making around it. They're not really... Put it this way. Nothing has changed for me in terms of my enjoyment based on this from FM23 because none of the things I'm relying on for that enjoyment are based on new features. I feel like if I was, I'd be much more disappointed than I am. Because at the end of the day... Is that Breno Biden? Of course it's Breno Biden. I forgot he was here. Oh, Jesus. Moses, please. Cool. Cool. Yeah, it's not gone well, has it? God almighty. Moses wins the ball off of him and then just stops and lets it go back, and then Moores gets out-jumped by Kouame. We'll take a draw if we have to, but that is their first shot on target, obviously, because this is Football Manager 2023. Good. Yeah, we've got loads of ways, Stephen. We've got the amateur method, there's the Brazilian method, and then the youth scouting still works. This is surely a goal. Oh, come on, Moses. Go on, buddy. Score against the team you nearly joined. Do it for me, and then celebrate like crazy. Come on. Oh, he's done it! Moses Jarju scores against the side that tried to steal him from us less than a month ago, and then just... Oh, look at that. Giving it the big one. MTK 2, Ferencvaros 1, and it's Big Mo Jarju. It's a nice little free kick just around the wall. He's so good from those positions. Love that. Oh, that's great. Scored against the club that tried to steal him from us. Jarju never kisses the badge, just in case he has to move club. It's just in his nature. Oh, God. This is us now conceding in the 94th minute to their second shot on target, I suspect. Yeah, he'll find a way to join them anyway. Yeah, I mean, just the new stuff just offered nothing, really, did it? Oh, here we go. Right, Arian's gone out wide, but look at the space in the middle if he could find the pass. He's going to go alone? Ah, he literally tried to go alone there. That was bad. Particularly as now we're out of position at the back. Right, we need to tackle on this guy and fast. Just throw a body at him. Darla, if you could not let him run all the way through the goal. Oh, my life. Oh, come. What a save from Virginia. Good Lord. ABC can do the best. I suppose so. Even though there was allegedly stuff to do with oh, you can run a low block, and I just don't know if you can. I think obviously you can, but yeah, I don't know. You could do with some Pareto right now. I accidentally clicked on a name and it's sorted alphabetically when it's impossible to resort in another way. Huh. So you broke it in a way that made it better. Sounds about right. Oh, that was a scary moment. But we did get a win and played really, really well. And looked really stable with really solid possession against the best side in the league other than us. That's the kind of results we need to get. Israel Virginia is... I do like having a stable goalkeeper now. Israel Virginia has been everything and more that we wanted. That's a 6-point gap now. We look really good. You can run it. It won't help you. Yeah, when I was playing... Okay, so Melton... Okay, yeah, so he can go to Brazil. when I played in that draft with some of the guys when we were at SI, I think it was Stinger that I was playing against, and he played a low block, or was trying to work out the low block thing. He'd used their stuff, and then I was playing it against him to test it out at the same time. Second half, I switched to standard Gegenpress 4-3-3, and I think I put 6 goals because it's just... Ah, dear. Jarju's release clause is going to expire. Come on. Deadline day recruitment meeting. How about... No. Molfehevar want us a favour. Uepesh to sign in Louis Barry. It's happening. They're getting one in before the transfer window's shut. Louis Barry going to Uepesh. It's the kind of transfers I'm here for. Gorgeous. Oh, we've got youth intake next stream. I know it's not going to be... Actually, you know what? It could probably be brilliant still. I'm still going to hold my hopes high for no reason whatsoever. That's an international break in it, so we'll just leave that blank for the moment. I'll shuttle a little thing in there too. The week left. It is weird, isn't it? You think that meeting would appear at the start, right? So that's all our facilities upgraded again. I wonder if I can ask them for more, because we've actually still got a lot of money. No. Oh, Walmart training camp. Is there anything I can ask them for? I tried asking them for another affiliate side the other day, and they said no still. I also asked them for... Yeah, I don't want to touch that just in case. I could ask them for... Oh, try it again. Fuck it, why not? We've got the money. Yeah, they're almost basically saying, we're really good, so we're not going to bother. Oh, they have... Oh, chat, they're going to let us pick a club. They're going to let us pick a club. This is sick. It's the first time this has happened in the save. Junior coaching. Wait, but they let me do that? Oh, I can increase it. I didn't see that. My apologies. Last time I looked, they wouldn't let me do that. Here we go. Choose club. Go on. Oh. Oh, wait, please. Oh, I can't have Szeged. They're all domestic as well. And I can't have Szeged. So which one's got the funniest name? Because really, there's no purpose otherwise. We could have Bank. I hear they're good for cash. Big man on campus. Chuck, thank you for the 29 months. How's it going,
Matt,
Fred?
I hope things are good with you.
They are. But don't make me tell you what happened in the Champions League. Just don't do it to me. What do we fancy? I like Bank. We've got Dorog. Wait, Dorog, they were in the second tier before. I'm certain of it. There's Vac. We can have a bit of Buck. Bit of Mako. Bit of Comlo. Sweet Chariot. Might want a team in a league. You're probably right, honestly. How can we have a team... You're actually right. We probably should pick a team that's actually in a league at least. Because they'll get more football. We've got Kaposhvari. Kaposhvari are pretty good, right? I'd say. I think it's going to have to be Kaposhvari. No, Dempsey, I can't do it again. I used up all my sass. Lombard, but I think I'm going to pick Kaposhvari just because you're right. I think we should have one in a actual league. It was weird seeing a team that were in like an under-19 one. Where in the league, it wants to get relegated now. So Kaposhvari are probably struggling against relegation. They ain't getting promoted anytime soon, are they? Debrett's still unbeaten. Can they go on a longer unbeaten run than Honvi did last season? I think it was 33 matches that Honvi went unbeaten last year. Stream's been good, other than the whole Champions League thing. Loan them airing, no problem. Okay, so Kishvada going to get as a favour from us. Novak's just 5 million quid now. I'm going to have to give this guy a new contract soon. So we can get rid of that clause. Watch them get relegated to the Shadow Realm. Well, to be fair, if they do take us as a loanee, they might end up getting a lot of players off of us. So there is every chance that they could end up get promoted. It's happened before. The reason St. Lawrence are in the top flight is because they had loan players from us. But it'd be good to get some, like you say, some of the sort of youth prospects that have not really developed as much as we'd like. And Louis Barry has joined... Is he always 875 now? I swear all these guys join for 875. Any mad shit? Giovanni Fabian has joined Molfehevar from Parma or Inter or one of those. And then also Matteo Casiera from Zenit. Love it. 875. It do be feeling like the new 250, I'll be honest. It's just multiple clubs this time. It's just the standard going rate from a former Wonder Kid. So... Actually, I'm curious now. Who would we have faced? I love that Antwerp got through. So Ajax played Shakhtar. So we'd have faced Shakhtar, a team that we fucking twatted. Did we beat Shakhtar 4-0?
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Oh yeah, we absolutely humped Shakhtar. So that's good, isn't it? Them being given that spot instead of us means that we were actually probably denied a chance at even further in the Champions League. Well, biggest thing, Glossy, with us getting screwed out of Europe, I'd say. That's the biggest thing. Yogic... Hang on. Yogic Flow? I'm so sorry if I butchered your name, which I absolutely have. But thank you very much for the follow. Kek Scametti. Yeah, Kek Scametti indeed. So we're going to do our partnership with Kaposhvari. It's something, I suppose, right? Now we get to play against Molfehavar with their new players. Oh, Bentner failed his coaching thingy again. I got another notification about it. Ascend Zeus. Oh, God. Zeus might ascend if we're not careful. I love that Jarju can't even convince him. Playing time I was promised. His agreed playing time is youngster, which is the lowest playing time you can physically offer a player. And honestly, that should come with an expectation of no playing time, because that's the point of it. That's incredible. He's got youngster squad status. Could earn first team opportunities in the future. So how is he complaining about a lack of playing time when he's a youngster? Mad. But I will loan him out. That's fine. That's what I was going to do anyway. It's just kind of mental that that player that's got a youngster playing time, who is getting that, by the way, because that's the lowest you can give. There is not, other than surplus to requirements. Oh no, you can have emergency backup. Supposed to be given a chance to develop at a slower rate and could earn first team opportunities in the future. So how is that going to affect him in the next 5 matches? Carrying the whole nation with a second or third team as well. How do you mean, Raphael? Like what? Like B teams and stuff? Is he ambitious? I guess he must be. But like, it's still kind of silly. It's one of the things where I mean, like, with these stuff to do with the. Actually, yeah, fuck it. To Kaposhvari with you. To the end of next season. Bye. Oh, he's a terrible crowbar. He's the opposite of a crowbar. He's a, what was I calling him the other day? A jelly worm. Because good luck trying to open a door with a jelly worm. Yeah, good luck ascending from there, the shadow realm. Poor Zeus. We only signed him because of his name. Oh, logic flow. That makes sense. I think what it is because of the GY, I was starting to read that like Hungarian, like the word noj. That's why I was getting weirded. Not weirded, you know what I mean? Although, no, I think I've... Should I make a song about it? I've lost a head-to-head against 2 teams we did not fucking play. I've lost a head-to-head against 2 teams we didn't fucking play. It's like a sea shanty for the damned. We actually talked about... I don't know if you were here last stream, Raphael. We actually talked about that exact concept. About how fun it would be if you could actually do that. But I think it'd be kind of silly. But at the same time, silly is my middle name. Zeus sent to Hades, maybe. Yeah, the European thing would be the problem. True. Right. Got to make sure Jarge is in. Oh, I'm going to do Jarge alongside... Oh my god, Bar. Oh, Jarge is playing. Never mind. He won't care which position... he won't care which position in, he says, as if... Of course he'll care. It's Jarju. And I want to start Herriman's here too, because he will complain as well otherwise. Right. So that's fine. Qatar there. No. That's not happening. Is Ari back yet? Oh, yeah, he is, but he's not Roman Playmaker, is he? It's the other guy that I wanted as a Playmaker. Fuck it, Effie will start as well. Even though he's a bit knackered. European rules, the pre-game editor. That was the next thought. I don't know if you can change that sort of stuff. You'd like to hope you can, but I don't know if that's actually something that you can muck around with in the editor. I'm not sure. Right, okay. Any weird names in this team? Oh, they've got Nosh and... and obviously they've got Professor Xavier Simons with Professor spelt wrong at centre-back. He's not... Okay, interesting choice to put him at centre-back. Ari on the bench. Hang on, let me get rid of all these. might as well, actually. Yeah, I'll bring him on for Jarju. Because I want to get Arya start. God, who's getting the numbers? Oh, okay. Ombugaba. War will be fought they really, really well. What's his real name? I'm not saying. I refuse to answer. I will not be taking questions at this time. I thought you sold Jarju. Incredibly, he turned down the move. So he actually stayed. He rejected their contract, which is wonderful. So and then he scored a free kick against them in our next game against Ferencváros. The winning goal as well. Making the coefficients dynamic so BA and save would be impossible. Oh, really? Well, that's kind of silly. But also, come to expect that, I guess. Oh, right. Let's see how they get on with the professor at the back. He won't be overly mobile. Hopefully. Yeah, no, I was fully expecting him to go, honestly, Whale Horse. UEFA head-to-head sea shanty. The Whale Horse, thank you very much for the 11 months. Hell yeah. That's a full babby soon, hopefully. That's way more than a babby. That's a babby that's been, like, overcooked. That's some rotten.com shit right there. Okay, again, possession is solid. Chance creation looks good. We're also going to notice less highlights in matches playing like this, I suspect. Oh, my lord. You're right there, buddy. You want to slide in a bit less aggressively. We've already lost one fullback to doing this. That's a good touch. Nice. With an actual crowbar. To be fair, we did actually scout Kent Ore Antonsen at one point. Sadly, he wasn't any good, but my thoughts were, if we get Kent in, he's not going to know what's hit him because it's going to be made of metal. How does head-to-head work if you didn't play them? It doesn't. As in, you just get fucked by it. Basically, we had the same number of points as Ajax and Dinamo Zagreb, but because they played a draw against each other, we lost the head-to-head three-way, even though we didn't play against either of those two teams. And had better goal differences than both of them. But because they played each other, they got the advantage in the head-to-head. Despite, yeah, because reasons. I don't know what to tell you, but that's what happened. And that's how we got knocked out of the Champions League. Yeah, Airing's not been amazing today, but we've got Christopher Owono on the bench. I say less home systems and more money for public schools. I reckon we should build a monorail. That's my plan. Molfe have actually been quite good today. They're not a bad side. This is a cup game as well. Bonjour, Captain Ginger. How goes it? What about India? Because anything at this point. Oh, speaking of which, well, not really speaking. The casino part is what reminded me. Pog and I started watching Mythic Quest because we gave up on Shameless, and we've watched most of the first season, I actually really like it. Admittedly, the stuff when it comes to do with actual streaming and games is kind of cringe and a little bit lacking any kind of knowledge, but that's fine. The actual characters themselves and the story stuff is really, really fun. It's just the stuff to do with streaming is genuinely awful and made me feel uncomfortable, but that might just be a Dunning-Kruger thing. Potentially. I've forgotten who your boy is. Hang on. I've genuinely forgotten who your boy is, Captain Ginger. I've got too many people that have boys. We've got Silveretta and his boy Jude. We've got Dressage Guy and his boy, that random manager. Oh, Florian Wirtz. Okay, nice. I'll get to him after the game. I think I might have another look up in there I might have missed. Oh, it's Leverkusen. I was trying to remember the team. How many buttholes would you give FN23? I wouldn't even give it half a butthole. Can really watch it. Yeah, it's because it's shit like the fact that they have this like streamer who's clearly supposed to be like PewDiePie, but not PewDiePie because he's a streamer and not a YouTuber really. But like then also it's the fact that whenever they do like streams in the show, they're more like videos, and the show doesn't really do to differentiate between the two things. A lot of the stuff, it's like, this is clearly a video, but then it's a live stream, and then it's not a live stream, but it is a live stream. And then there's this bit where they lose this big streamer that was playing their game, and so they're looking for a new streamer to play the game, and then they eventually end up choosing someone from inside their company who hasn't streamed before. That's a basic fundamental misunderstanding of what that kind of marketing requires. Just very strange. The streamer shows up almost the opposite of that, being like it's just really, really strange. They could have just had like it's a show called Mythic Quest. It's on Apple TV. It's actually genuinely, the characters are really, really fun. I actually like all the characters for the most part. It's just the stuff to do with streaming in it. It's basically about a video game studio, so obviously it's going to have that sort of stuff, but the stuff to do with streaming in it is really, really bad. Like, for example, the streamers will have 2 cameras, and they'll be looking into different cameras all the time. And it's like, who the fuck is controlling that? Because they wouldn't know which camera they're looking in. It's shit like that. It pissed like a while. Yeah, the game is definitely, yeah. There is one really, really good episode of it, though, which sort of, it's not got any of the main characters in, but it does have Jake Johnston and Kristen Milioti, so I was already involved. And it's like, tells the story of an indie game studio that grew up out of nothing. And then it's just a totally separate episode that's nothing to do with the main show, I don't think, but it's amazing. Really, really good. Yeah, it's got Rob McElhenney in it. And also the guy that's in Welcome to Wrexham is in it too. Humphrey Kerr, the guy that was like helping him out with stuff. Maybe Novak for a little bit. Maybe Ari for Moses now. Give Ari a little chance. Wow, he's 2.5 stars in this team. Ain't bad. It's a bit of a cagey game for us, but still, I'm liking the statistical side of things. It's just not every game is going to be perfect for us. 4 or 5 different webcams that he looks into. That's cool and all, but they've clearly not established that's what's going in. That's what's going on in this show. In sci-fi shows, I've watched a fair few of them. But we're watching this at the moment. I don't get through shows very often. Oh, book club update. I finished, or had I think I only just started the 6th Mistborn book in the last stream. I'm like 300 pages into that now. It's fucking awesome. Because it's starting to hint at stuff in the wider Cosmere, I think. And I'm so invested in it at the moment. I can't wait to read more of it later on, honestly. So fucking good. Oh, it's a good effort from Kapralik. We're playing well enough. It's just, this is going to hand it with extra time as well, annoyingly. Watch Moses not count this as a game play because of, it's a cup match. Who are you taking? It depends. How many people have I got? How many slots have I got to fill? Because first things first, I would not be doing that at all. That sounds awful. Not because I don't like my colleagues, just because a lot of us have got, like, partners and kids. So that would be extremely... I remember one time Ben did actually float the idea of a creator house. This was before he had children, or before he had a child, and like years and years and years ago, and I think he was being facetious. But I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Yeah, exactly. It's like, how much do you want to do that? I do not review. I review books on stream. That is my review. I do Matt's book club on stream because people definitely care about that. That's as close as I'm going to get to doing any actual reviews. Actually cook. I don't know. I've never been in a position to find out. Like, whenever I've seen them, we've always been in like restaurants or bars, so someone else is doing the cooking for us. I don't know. I'll have to ask them. We're just playing a charity match with the FM Church. Jesus, mine's way too tight for me doing that. Maybe in like a couple of months when I can get into it properly. Angels with Dirty Faces. Is that the Jonathan Wilson one about, is it either the Argentina team or El Clasico? I can't remember which one. FM stream, come dine with me. Now you're talking. I'll do them. The best fucking Alio e Olio fucking had an ages. Had. That's it. Sick. I like doing book club just because it gives me a chance to talk about something I enjoy, and in case someone actually does like the same kind of books that I do, then maybe they might get an idea for something to read. Oh, Alice did the comic. Boss, I'm unhappy with the lack of playing time I've been getting. You've played every Champions League game. I only rested you during some domestic games. Well, that argument makes logical sense. Don't forget this is Football Manager, so I'm still going to be unhappy at the way you've handled this, and really? Pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Right, let me get that on my other browser so I can retweet that immediately. Doopy 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 doop 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 doopy doopy doop 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 doopy doop. That sounds like bitties. Who be that? Thank you, Millie, for the 100 bits.
Once was a Matt who viewers did see Stream FM set in Hungary. MTK would be their team, and we hope they don't blow. Soon may the Champs League come with money and goulash. Yum yum yum. Soon when the trophies will come and go, our rankings go.
If I was braver, I would try and do that full-on sea shanty style, because I realise that's what that's supposed to be, but I just do not have the correct amount of alcohol in me to attempt to do that as an actual sea shanty. There once was a Matt who the viewers did see. Stream FM set in Hungary. MTK would be the team we hope they do not blow. Soon may the Champions League come with money and ghoulish yum 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 yum. Soon when the trophies will come, our rankings go up. Fuck. Close. Close. I couldn't read it at the end. I made a mistake. Oh, close. I think it's solid. She did it. She had the intonation. It wasn't bad. I think if I was a chance to read it through a few times, I could probably do it. It would still sound like shit because I'm singing, but you know. A child called Dave Peltzer. Horrifying circumstances. Oh, don't know if I want horrifying circumstances. Oh god, now Pog's come running upstairs. Hello. Was it my sea shanty? Did it beckon you like a siren song to the kraken that is you? Oh, well, that's just as well then.
I'll let her hair be curly.
You what? Oh, Pog's now gone curly-haired, like a person who has made a decision about their fashion choices and hair.
Okay.
Wait for the album. Oh, it's that and Enrique. That's what we got so far. So what happened there?
Out in 2029.
Bold of you to assume it will come so soon. We're through. We've won a game. We do. Jarju could do with the rest. Oh, here, ready chat. This is going to be super fun. Suggest resting Jarju. I wonder what will happen here. Hang on. So now we have two conflicting promises. We've got a promise to play him and a promise to rest him. What's up? This can only go well. Particularly, this is not going to go well, is it? The Hungryman. Oh god. The viewers did see Stream FM set in Hungary. MTK would be the team we hope they do not blow. Soon may the Champions League come with money and ghoulish yum 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 yum. Soon when the trophies will come, our rankings go up. Fuck. Yeah, it was just the syllabic makeup of the final line threw me. That's what it was. It did me in there. An album after he said, you see, you can't do that, Clates. I've learned my lesson. This is how I ended up waxing my legs and wearing a tutu, for fuck's sake. I could do better, I think. It's always about the syllabic makeup. You have to make sure that you hit the beats right. And I think that's on my fault, because I think I missed a word and it threw me off. Okay, Pog. Love you.
Love you. I was waiting for like 5 minutes.
Sorry, I don't know if you've noticed. I'm at work. You don't see me coming into your shop, cock hanging out.
Don't. That would be really cute.
Of course it'd be really cute.
That'd be so cute.
But
if you came into it just to say hello.
But when would I do that? I work every day.
I don't care.
Oh, a Clates and SYC mashup album. Now you're talking. Ask Clates if he can cover Enrique with me. We could do a duet. Or how about this? Sorry, everyone's headphones. I just saw the red bar go nuts there. How about this? I just clap syncs your faces. Islands in the Stream. Barbara Streisand and the Bee Gees, me and Clates. How about that?
Oh, yeah.
I'd be totally down for that.
Yeah. That sounds well.
I'd be well up for that.
It.
Fucking. Oh.
I'll record it for
There you go, Joe, and that was me. Get Mike in on the bongos.
Have you told them about Poo Lady?
Have I told them about Poo Lady? Would you like to tell them about Poo Lady?
I'll tell them about Poo Lady.
Go on then. Tell them about Poo Lady.
So, speaking of customers, I had a lady come into work, and we couldn't figure out where this awful shit smell was coming from.
It was me.
It was Matthew. And and apparently I have the most resilient nose in the shop, and I was sniffing around. Yeah, I was sniffing around trying to find the source of the shit smell. Found out a lady had shit herself in the fitting room, sat on our chair, covered it in shit, and there was also shit all over the floor. And me being a lucky twat had to clean it up.
So there you go.
This isn't the first time either.
Nope.
This is the 4th time she's shit in our shop, and we've had to burn the clothes she tried on.
Some biohazard shit right there, right?
I don't get paid enough.
Like, bruv.
The 4th time.
So I'm told. And you wonder why I don't go into the shop? Well, there you go. Get shit on. Seems like a skill issue to me. Well, you've got it now, Alice. Unlucky.
And that was the same day that I had 3 thieves come in.
3 thieves. Pog started getting proper aggro on thieves now. She's gone.
I'm fucking done.
She's like bloody superhero. Knocked out of your head. It's very true, yeah. I'll be shitting everywhere.
It's like
Exactly, Sans, yeah. It's full. You should not be having to deal with shit like that. You really shouldn't. Marty's making pretty.
Yeah.
That chat risen up against me. Just a shitload, fucking loads, bruv. Let me just see. Do the usual. Exclude people that are on £30,000 a week. Get rid of you. Most of these guys are not that good anyway. Oh, damn. Oh, we've got all the players coming through from that other scout report. Anyone who's just grey here, I'm just going to send around again. So we get a better idea on them. Because I don't trust them until they're no longer grey. So what I'm saying is dye your hair. To announce Pog to the desk, please. Oh, that'd be amazing. This is a staff announcement. Could Pog come to the desk, please? Which one? Hang on, wait. Used to a guy that would come into JD near me, put flippers on and wank himself silly all over the flippers, then leave. Flippers? Are you talking like, as in I'm going scuba diving flippers? Or are we talking flip-flops? Man's just got like an aquatic kink. It's the kind of guy that like he goes and gets the bends for fun. Oh, put me in your hyperbaric pressure chamber. Does it matter? Yes, it does. It's very important. They are easy wipe. True. True. Did you find out when one day you went in there and all the flippers were stuck together?
Pog, as a full-time union legal advisor, I believe that you should have been provided with full personal protective equipment, and be trained on such, before being asked to deal with biohazardous material like human fecal matter.
True.
I also believe you would legally be covered if you just set the fitting room on fire to purge the unclean, because it's the only way to be sure the corruption has been cleansed.
Corruption has been cleansed. Millie, are you also giving us like tips for how we could deal with UEFA? Because after the way that those this is a wonderful segue, right? You don't want sticky flippers. This is true. That was the sequel to Flipper that no one wanted. Sticky flippers. Even by the standards of probably someone like Nickelodeon or whoever made that movie. It was a the only way you get sticky flippers is if you do a Flipper and Free Willy crossover. Oh. Truck stop showers. Yeah, that does sound gopping. Sticky Flipper actually sounds like you'd order in like a really like uppity bar in like Soho. Hello, sir, I'd like a sticky flipper, please. I can work it. It was in the Flipper. True. It's true. It's very, very true. But on the plus side, his cock was faster underwater. So he's a king shake card. You're being narrow-minded. You're right. I'm so sorry to all my aquatic equipment enjoyers. Like, honestly, if flippers are your thing, crack on, big man, right? If you want to be balls deep in a scuba tank, none of my fucking business, is it? You'll have extremely oxygenated balls. Like,
Whole new definition of blue balls.
yeah, whole new definition of blue balls. He did crack on. That does seem to be the issue. 3 weeks off with sticky flippers. So that's what happened to that play. You don't want the bends in the penis, no. Although it's totally natural if it does. You got for air too quick. I'll take that, Rob. Welcome in, stream, if you just joined. Drop a follow. This is definitely the type of highbrow conversation that we usually engage in. You'd love to see it. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, no, I told him I'd rest him, didn't I? So now he's going to be... What was the worst thing that happened that week? Oh, I kind of already mentioned that. The whole stalking. We found a player earlier called Michael Stalker. So it was a natural segue into me discussing that with Chato. Also, thank you for the 100 bits, Millie. I appreciate that. You drop a follow, guys. Just don't drop your flippers. Let's go with a bit of Yaboa. And also, Heidi Caterers the RPM? No. Labassi! He's finally back. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do Labassi and Goma roll deeper. Let's do it. Yeah, and now for my final trick, the sticky flipper. Oh yeah, they've got Sherpen in goal. This is like drifting a train around a bend. We have no idea if it'll stay on the track. I've been treading a fine line today. Sometimes I like to play a dangerous game. Do you know there isn't a sticky flipper?
I'd be a bit worried if there was.
Let's see how close we get to sticky flipper. It's going to be some guy called Philippe Sticky or something.
Philippe Sticky.
There you go. You've got Soke Warfuse. Never, ever disregard your sticky flipper and use an RC Socky instead. You don't want that. A flippy sticker. There's always a chance for a flippy sticker. Right, Labassi, I totally forgot Labassi and Gom existed. So he's now going to get a chance to show us just how much he exists. And Taeyoon's in. Bye, Pog. Are we still going to Tesco?
Yeah, I'll take over your stream and go.
You have completely dominated me. God. I'm a ball gag away. Or an apple. I think Pog just called me a gimp. I think that's often good. He's... Oh, yeah, no, he's actually really solid. Enough to be, like, on the bench here and actually could do a decent job. The great thing I like about Offman is it can play in both positions. Sorry to break away from the sticky flipper. Oh, God. Whenever I see a Gyatso link after... Dropping flippers and talk... Shit talk. Yeah. Pretty much. A tangerine. I think you'll find I prefer a Satsuma. But, you know, each to their own. Whatever your rectally inserted citrus fruit of choice is, you go. You know? Oh, no, she's absolutely not wrong. As airing just hits over the bar there. Sort of like the whip. Ah, mate. No, it's squirty cream, innit? Okay. I'd quite like to win this. Interesting vibes. Well, at least they're not boring vibes, right? I'll take that. I must admit, there's almost certainly one person that came into stream during that whole section and was just disgusted and left. A great finish, though. Is this a solution to UEFA? Let's see. Brother, get the flamer in it. Deranged. Hey, even deranged is a vibe. Deliver coffee. It's because Pog works a long way away. And in order to do that, I'd have to know firstly that she was actually in work at that time. Plus, I'd also have to not be working myself. I'd then have to drive to Cambridge, which is like 35 minutes. I'd then have to find a way to park because I'd have to park in one of the multi-story car parks. I'd then have to go... It's just a lot of effort. And is she really worth that? I'm too busy shitting in the fitting room, exactly. I'm surprised we didn't get various shitting room jokes, actually, now that I think about it. As Airing's through again. That's a good save. How dare you? All right, Greta, calm down. Too busy wanking dolphins. Someone has to, right? They've got, like, human brains. It's fine. Millie with the gifted sub to Sticky Flippers. Just like buying Pog a dog. Exactly. And I still worry some days. She's going to come home with one. When the shit... No, it's perfect. This is the highbrow humor that you're all used to from content creators such as myself. You just don't get this in other streams. Or you might have done, but they were probably banned. All right, here we go, Brahim. Keep it in play. Find airing. Or just get absolutely yeeted by 2 people. Find a job further away. JD or Weatherspoons? No. Pog doesn't work in either of these 2 places. The Sticky Flipper event, I believe, according to Joe, that was JD, wasn't it? Go on, Brahim. From the penalty spot. And it's a really bad penalty, but nevertheless, we lead. Who are we rating? That's a good question. Let me do a bit of prep for once and actually have a look at the state of Twitch. Let's see. Who we got? I imagine Kev will probably go live, but he's not live yet. We just sort by English. That would help. I don't know, actually. Maybe Henry? Probably Henry at the moment. Unless like randomly changes in the next couple of minutes. He's perfect. Henry will understand. Henry will be perfectly on board with this type of humour. If anything, that's the perfect raid. Oh, God. Also, remember, I have a video coming out tonight. I know, look at me go, with more videos coming out. Like, it's almost like I'm doing my job. Lovely. Cut back, beautiful. Lovely stuff there. And Millie with the gifted sub to Poop Lady as well. I love that these accounts exist. It just makes me happy that they exist, right? But yeah, 7 o'clock, new video. Still haven't thought of a title properly for it yet, but I'm sure I'll get a chance to do that. More video match. What they call me. I know, look at me. 3 videos in the space of a week. I've turned over a new leaf chat. It's almost like they've done really well, and I want to continue that trend, hopefully. My plan was to try and see if I could get to 36k by the end of January, and now we're at 36.5, which I'm genuinely blown over by. What on earth was this first half, by the way? 3.5 XG in the first half. Gary, thank you very much for the raid. Oh, there's loads of accounts like that, of course, yeah. Second question, no worries. I'm actually surprised you're still here, Dogago, purely on account of the horrendous discussion that's just happened over the last 20 minutes. And Dazzle with the sticky flip-flop. Oh, dear. Staff want unfit players to join the under-19. So basically, what they want to do is to allow them to build up match fitness. So a certain number of overage players are allowed to play in most under-19 or under-21 squads or whatever. And in order for you, if they're not playing in your team currently, it's good to have them available there as they'll gain match fitness and will be nice and fresh for when you next want them. That's the reason they want you to do that. It's usually a good idea to do so. The only time you want to be careful, though, is if there's a match for like your under-19s that's too close to a first team game, i.e. before the first team game, because otherwise you could end up accidentally setting players available that you might want in your next first team game and they'll be like ineligible as a result of it. Brahim Diaz has got a hat-trick in this game, by the way. We've been utterly fabulous. So it's going well, Gary. How was your stream? This is the kind of performances I wanted to see out of this tactical style. Just lovely passing, setting stuff on a plate for people. And here we go. Sagdal again. I want passing now. I want you to pick up... Look at that. What a ball. Oh, it's glorious. Josef Ehring's 21st goal of the season as well. For a youngster that we brought in on a whim, liking this, it's 5-0 to MTK. I think when this tactic works, it really, really works. Now, these guys are fucking excellent as well. Like, Honvi, they might be newly promoted, but look at this pass from Sagdal. Cuts out 3 players. Puts it on a plate for him. Lovely stuff. Loads more time left in this match as well. The only downside is this is going to harm them in terms of their chance of qualifying for stuff as Omgar with the ball over the top. And we're now on a hype train purely on silly names as Bagpuss gifts it to Dolphin Molester. Oh, good God. All cup tie your second team. Yeah, you don't want to do that. No sane human being would ever do that. It'd be silly. Let's get Offerman on. Fuck it. Why not? Ehring's got a brace as well. The white players have actually been kind of it. Really? Oh, it's just because of the RPM thing in it. Go and die back for a little bit. Yeah, I'll leave that for now. Sick. Time to shoot often. Yeah, no, this is what I mean. He'll still shoot from good positions. It will just stop him from shooting from bad ones. That was my plan, ideally. Obviously, one of these was a pen, but no worries, Dogago. I appreciate your ability to stay on topic. Unlike you lot, chat. Another high possession game. Yeah, this looks like the way to go. Yep, lovely little 5-0. Hat-trick for Diaz, 1 for Ehring. Great performance from Sagdal as well. Genuinely excellent. Much more like it. That's good. I think they're starting to learn. Yeah, remember when we used to get murdered by Honvi every time we played them? I think it's because Molester's spelt wrong and Twitch hasn't picked up on it. I suspect. That is how you spell Molester? I don't know, actually. No, it's not a word I've had to type in very often, you know? Other than when talking about Randy Hobbs, weirdly. They should be, and I'm glad that Ehring's the guy that's getting them. I feel like he deserves it. I'm pleased for him. Right, let's save that there. Let's,
so I tell the swamp donkey
for some reason, forget Henry's Twitch name because I'm a moron.
And have a lick me yarbles.
Is a single dash. Yes, I think. There we go. Lovely old job. Tomic. Oh, hang on. Tomic Hajek. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, that's been fun. In spite of the poor result against. Have we actually? How much have we played? Wow, we haven't even done many games today, have we? I apologise for that, but we did do a lot of scouting. But next stream, I'll probably do a little bit off stream just to make sure that we get enough to get through. But we're going to do the whole rest of the season on Thursday to hopefully win this bloody title and some more scouting. And that will set us up for a lovely transfer stream on Friday. I had a look at. Oh shit. Well, we're still on the screen, so I can do it now. Boom. Ben Knight. And this chap here. Oh my lord. His hair is very different from the last time we looked at it. Is what I will say. Right. So yes, I will see you guys on Thursday. Be there, be square. Video out tonight, 7 o'clock. Don't know what the title's going to be yet. You'll know because it'll have my fucking face in the thumbnail as always. So do give that a watch. Helps me out and all that jazz. That first hour is super important because YouTube just goes mental if you get really good views in the first hour. So I appreciate that a lot. I'll see you later. Drop it a like. Hold your gun. Capybara. Let's go say hello to Henry. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.